Try to get all my setup going here. Get all the links together for everyone. You can all go woohoo and enjoy my streaming shenanigans. Shenanigans are strong with this one. Yeah. But shenanigans, much strong. Of the Discord. Okay. I forgot to do launch my game. Alright. Did everything else, made backups, set up the whole room for everything. Forgot to launch. I would say pro streamer, but not getting paid, so I don't gotta be pro yet. Just saying. Silly thingies here. I wait patiently. Hey Tyzy, how's it going? It has been just a bit, you know? Little. Interesting. I'm waiting for restream chat to show up the other chats. It would be very tedious to have to bounce me multiple chats, but I guess I gotta. Yeah, things are going good. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was gonna say with the people changing their names, it's just like, hey, I recognize you. I've never seen it before. I don't want to be that guy, but you know. Welcome back. I now stream at regular times. Pretty much around now until I get bored, like, I don't know, 4 hours or so from then. Depending upon how long you've seen this game has gotten very different since then. I mean, it started out as like a game using 2D graphics in a 3D world, and now it just uses models. I love the map I'm working on. I have to optimize this poor game, but it's starting to look real good when she loads. Yes. Yes. That's fair. I think I'm the weirdo who never changes his name, so it's just easy to keep track of me. Everyone else, I guess it's just common. Gotta prepare its 9 million textures. Make my tea real fast. It was already made, I was just sweetening it. Delicious tea. I've been liking what they're seeing. I'll give you the tour. I always have the lighting on so I can actually see what I'm doing, but the game's supposed to be played in the dark, so that is what we will do. Dang, just alright, so I've been doing some changes to some of the rooms now. As you can see, I have I'll just run it. I'm making some more nature-themed rooms because I try to make this building into more of almost like theme parky in a way with what's going on inside it. More of a play area for like children and the like. So Her movement's gotten way better. Now it's a crazy teleport. She has her tarot cards. Uses weapons. Lots of areas are like obstacle courses for her, really. Well, let's make things that humans could use, but then she has to try to figure out a way to get around. I don't think I even have a nav mesh out here for these guys, or maybe I didn't put a thing out here. Oh, I guess none of the enemies out here. I'll just show you a fight. This is the fight I show like everyone because it's the most complete fight. That one takes a bit to load things though. Oh, what am I gonna do? Mute that music because I don't need two musics. This is the Patrick fight. Oh wait, didn't I put a nav mesh? One second. I need a nav mesh so they can't move. One moment. One moment, please. If you leave a nav mesh down and then you move anything in the level, it has to recalculate every single time, so I just delete them when I'm not using them. Oh, the happiest day of my life? I even have a happiest day? I guess when I release this will be the happiest day. But... I don't know, one day I did get dragged on a safari by this one woman. That was pretty exciting. I had fun with that. That's a pretty happy day. But... I don't know. Usually I'm pretty happy most days. No. It'll take forever for the game to come out, probably. Since I got a full-time job and I only one working on it, it takes a while. Yep, I got this thing here. You can also use control stuff now. You can levitate objects and throw them to do damage too. Lots of little glitches and stuff, but you know, it is what it is. Also, she takes screenshots in the menu for funsies. Don't question my screenshots. They're wonderful. Let's do so little damage. I probably need to upgrade the damage. The star heals you at the cost of sanity, but sanity's surprisingly easy to come by as long as you stay in the lights. I might need to fix that. Who knows? Patrick has 3 phases. In his final phase, he jumps around and summons exploding helpers. That's just what he does. Of course, his helpers can't jump, so if they get someone on top of a lamp, they just kind of sit there all stupidly. These are his helpers. They just explode and leave blood everywhere. I have triple damage on this weapon, so I just, for the Patrick fight, use it. But he always dodges a lot. Whoa. Come back and fight. You suck. Like, nope. Bit of you. Doesn't connect well with his legs, I find. Little spindly legs. Got him. A swash community? I mean, I could join a swash community. I don't know. I can always join something. I won't be talking anytime soon in it since currently just streaming, so it might be a bit, but sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a minute before I can do any chatting. I just started streaming. Yeah. Yep, I've been working on these rooms lately that are more like these. I made the game on computer? I mean, yeah. It's what I'm doing right now. I'm on a computer. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm always down for joining random discords. I have like lots of discords I join. I need to talk in more of them. Really do. But I'll get around to that at some point. Just join all of them and talk as I can. Yep, that underground world thing going on. Yep, yep. Enter that directly into my Discord. Message failed to load. Sure. I joined it. I think the plan today was to fix some of these 9 million brushes because they're lagging crap out of this poor game. I have 90 of them at the moment. Oh, I think I just need to accept that I'm gonna have to redo some if I want to put a hole in it later. Because leaving them as all these is just taking forever to do anything. Get the lights back on so I can see what I'm doing. I get so excited building the levels that I forget to do this little thing called optimize. Game idea is done now? Are you finished? Good to go? Got this? That kind of thing? Pretty much golden? Nice. Glad someone's game is going to be finished ever. Some of us, well... yeah. Not happening anytime soon. Damn. Why is this way up here? Oh, and I need this one too, huh? No, I don't. The basement doesn't have any windows. It's important. Yeah, let's select all adjacent and then just make certain everything is close enough. Good, good. I mean, listen, sometimes you just gotta rush a bit. Learn a little. C++ is a terrifying beastie. Scary thing. One that must be dealt with. Yes, yes. this thing loads a little bit faster as I get rid of some of these messages that do actual nothing right now. But yeah, Tazi, I'm live on YouTube and on Twitch. That's why I have a little follower goal thingy on bottom of the screen for Twitch. Of course, people keep joining and then they unfollow, so it actually adds one to the counter, so the counter should actually only say 30. Very sad. It's the little bots. Multiplayer in 3 projects. Huh. Seems like a lot. Must be nice to actually not have these lofty goals of this kind of, you know, ridiculously oversized game. Why do I do this to myself? I don't even know anymore. I just have bad life decisions. I might do ramps instead of stairs. I kind of hate the stairs. I do ramps. That's fair. Any idea that, you know, you can just fill in later ain't the worst. Ain't the worst at all. Select the material. Also select this. All adjacent. Can I not? Oh, there we go. Surface properties are down here. Sometimes it gets a little finicky. No one likes that. Now let's run these two together. SM first floor. What's my favorite food, Tazi? These days, probably just pizza at this point, honestly. Actually, no, to be fair, enchiladas, if they're homemade, are much better, but I really hate cooking, so yeah. I do the floor and texture. So these are geometry brushes. You can find them over here. Just take a geometry brush and drag it out. The more you have, the worse they get for how long they take to do anything. Feel free to stretch the geometry brush as you see fit. Alright. You can pick a side, or if you wish to, you can select one side and then select all adjacent surfaces to get all the sides of the object. Then I'll grab a mesh and I mean a texture. Where's my favorite ones? Victorian has them. Materials, the instance ones tile really well. Perfect. Alright, so I'm gonna take one of these and we'll take this one here and drop it on there. Okay. Now with them selected, there's surface properties you can do. And these allow you to scale them. I like 10 and 10. Click apply and suddenly now it adjusts. If you enlarge it again, you'll have to change it again, right? Because you'll change the numbers. Supposedly it does, but it's not, huh? Weird. Usually it does. I guess because it's locked. Anyway. And if you like to have, you know, say I don't like this texture on that side, I can grab a different texture, like bricks here, and drop that on there. Oh, actually, I drop it like this. Now that side has bricks. But then the really fun thing, and this is how I build a lot of my game stuff now, is let's say you take another box here. Let's change the size of this one. I'm just going to input some numbers quickly to save time. We'll do like 4x the size. It's fine. It doesn't get to be huge. Big enough. Very neat. Cool. If you have a texture selected when you make it, it will auto-apply that texture, just so you know. You can change it, though. I'm going to move it to right here. And then I'm going to make it subtractive for its brush type. And you see it cuts a hole in there, allowing you to essentially create shapes, really. Whatever you like. Look. Good times. And I could go like this and enlarge this a bit, right? Take this one here and I'm gonna extend it out some. Now look, I have a hallway. I'll click aside, select all adjacent surfaces. Make it 10 and 10 so it just matches. Boom. Yeah, this is great. And then I'll show you the next step afterwards, because it's what I'm doing with I need to do to optimize my game, because these are... Oh, let me do something real fast here. Because I just turned this into one here, it does not have a collision. Let me fix that. Browse to asset. Open asset. Nice, neat floor. It's just got one hole in it, which sucks that, you know, it's probably going to be a pain to get the collision to work right with that one hole, but whatever. Do this. Give it a second to do what it does. We show the simple collision we showed. Oh, it is way too slow for the size of this thing. I don't even see the collision. No collision? No, let's see how it works. I don't even need the first floor, so I'll probably end up changing it later anyway. Let me go over here. Am I going? What do you mean going? I'm just streaming. What? What makes you think I'm going? Just... Yeah, anyway, Testy, you do this, and now suddenly you just have hallways that just work. Bonk. Bonk. And then the final phase of it, actually, I guess there's two more phases. Once you've made the shape you like, feel free to select it and then the negative as well. We'll get both of those. No, not in the live at all. I'm staying live for a while. Okay, you select the ones you want, and then you click Create Static Mesh. Tell it where you want to save it. I'm not going to keep this one, so I don't really care, but it will do that. It will create it into a static mesh, and now you have an actual mesh that just does what it wants. I guess it had partway in the floor too, so it's kind of awkward, but I'll move it up a bit. I'll browse to the asset and then open it. The thing is, once you convert it into those, it no longer has collision. You'll have to apply collision yourself. So that's worth noting. I'll show the simple collision. Does not seem to want to show. Interesting. Do like an auto convex just to see what happens. Oh, you can see the lines on it now. The green lines. You may have to mess with it to get the perfect collision because it does get a little finicky with this stuff here. I don't see anything through this tunnel here, so I think the tunnel would actually work. Let's test it. Yeah, I had to look up all this stuff, how to do this. The amount of mistakes and weird things I made, I was just like, wow. I learned through trial and error. Yes. This stuff's very handy. You can make more complicated things too, because there's other things besides, you know, boxes. Oh, I guess it doesn't quite have good enough collision yet. Well, listen. F that noise. I'm not going to spend too much time trying to get it to work perfectly when I can just use complex as simple. Because you can kind of get away with that on these, since there really isn't that many, you know, pieces that make it up. It's really a very simple shape. You know, if it looks like it's going to have hundreds of things there. Oh, yeah, whole floors like that, What's what I'm doing is I'm making like all these different floors that are just, have like little holes in them for where the stairs are and everything like that, and then holes for Poppet to pass through. But yeah, here you go. Now look, I have a static mesh I can put anywhere. It has all the collision. I want more of this static mesh? Cool. Once you turn it into a static mesh though, you can't, you know, add to it. So you're gonna have to, you know, make it again if you don't like the other thing there. So that's notable. But yeah, there you go. Welcome to the secret. However, the thing to note is, if you have a lot of them on a level at a time, it will really start to lag things. And every new one you put on a level, where there's the ones there, will cause it to lag even more. Every time you try to move it, which is why you see it take forever. When you have like none of them on there, it's almost instantaneous. I'll delete that. I don't need it. But that's okay. You just run a simple search for brushes, and you can see all these brushes I have on here. There's currently 86. There were 90 before, but you know, I've done some things. I'm not going to work on these floors for a while, so I don't super care. Wait a minute. Did I mess this up somewhere? I might have. That was dumb. Whatever, I don't need this floor. It can just sit there. It's just so I don't have to deal with other problems. So fine, whatever. The whole plan was just I wanted a basic layout of where things were going to be, and I don't care about the collision on these because I'm not keeping them. And now I can get rid of these three because now they'll all join together. Oh. Don't select an additional object. You can join as many as you want. But I've done some things, yeah. Oh, don't take that. Just these ones here. I've actually made whole pipe systems out of them too. I'll show you a bunch of pipes I made in a second. Yeah. Merge these three together real fast. For my surface properties, just select all the adjacent. It's close enough. It keeps wanting to take away like, you know, a tiny percentage there, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. Create static mesh. Put it where I want it. I have all an environment. I have a lot of things I've made. Under floors, I believe. Yep. SM. Second floor. How many monsters added to the game? I think there's like 7 or 8 at the moment. I need to add a bunch more. It might be 9. I don't know. How do you qualify it? Like, do they have to work? Because I've added a lot more if they don't have to work. I'm just saying. Alright, merge these three things together. It gets faster. Nice, nice. And let me browse that real fast. Oh, nice. Well, I'll be here. That is the weirdest graphical glitch. I really don't care though right now. It's just so I don't have to have all this ridiculous loading going on every 5 seconds. Only the bottom one's script. That's kind of annoying. But that's okay. This floor is going to need a lot of reworking, so I'm not going to merge it yet. Because I need to basically break it up into a bunch of little floors. Because they're not all going to have the same Look, at least I don't think the second floor is... I don't think I'm gonna use jungle for the whole thing here. I think I'm gonna have a city thing, or maybe not. Maybe there'll be a Halloween thing at the top, and then this stuff down here, and I don't know. Things are kind of getting moved around as I come up with their ideas. Yeah, I just really had a problem with the all the stuff going on there. I was gonna show people something. What did I say I was gonna show? I don't even know. Ish. Sometimes me, sometimes. Current one I'm working on, let's see. Eventually I'll be showing people this fight when it gets to be a lot better. The fights need a lot of work. My knowledge of the best way to design fights isn't that great yet, so it's going to take a lot of experimentation. Where'd she go? Oh, shit. Oh, hey, Swashbuckling Fox. I was reading a message and trying to talk at the same time, and my brain's just like, you can do one of these. Which would you like? I can't decide. How about try both? You get half of one and half of the other. How exciting. What are you saying, Tazi? Got a plush with a secret spot. You go for it. I mean, maybe. I didn't even put a nav mesh down. I guess I should put a nav mesh down so they can actually move. Mini Pop also needs behaviors too, for that matter. These work, right? Like, they do actually regenerate your sanity? Good, good. Have to hang out around candles a lot. Yeah, I don't know, I do like putting a lot of secrets in here. There might be some mechanics for hitting specific parts of the enemies. I don't know yet. Not for her. She has no nav mesh. She can't even move. Pretty sad. Suck. Probably gonna keep working on her tonight and also fix up some of these 9 million brushes I have that are causing so much lag in the game. It turns out that when you have... How many I have right now? I'm down to a mere 83 geometry brushes. There were 90 before. I'm just saying, there were 90. Every time I put one out there and moved it even a tiny fraction, it's just like, all right, guys. Got like the Jeopardy music playing. You're like, little timer appears and the little face just mocking me. Like 3 seconds or something, maybe 4 or 5. It just feels like forever. Is your... Just saying, sucks. Yes. Yes. Also probably cause it to load a lot slower too. Oh. I think I took away this ability to actually do a lot of movement because I kept testing all these different projectile types and never got around to giving her movement back. That was a funny thing though, where every time there was a weird glitch when doing the animations. And so now, do that glitch, for some reason the heart grows really big when she throws things. So and it's only kind of funny because if you look, when she's not throwing them, the little pin thing is in the heart, so it looks like the heart grows big and shoots them. Completely unintentional, completely staying too, because why would I take that out? Accidental stuff, huh? This needs to apply some kind of force that knocks them or something, you know, because then it actually damages them. Well, they don't really do a damage animation. They might not have a damage too. wish I was a better animator. I could make the heart explode or something as part of the mechanics, but I really can't do that. I don't know. Well, I know how to trigger it. I don't really know how to... Well, what do I know, really? Let's say I took that same model and removed, made a copy of it, but removed all the geometry except for the heart and converted it to a static mesh. But then what I need to do is actually separate the heart from it, because if I separate the heart from her and have the heart as a separate thing on her, then I could, in fact, make that a static mesh that's attached to her, and then have that have the ability to break. That's not as hard to do as people might think. Because I had the model in DAZ. And there's no reason I can't separate it out, I think. I'll have to look into it. I'm not going to do it on stream because DAZ has this weird habit of crashing streams. Yes. Yes, it does. It also has a habit of being not safe for work. Because it turns out that when you work with a lot of female models, all those parts of them that are normally soft in real life, not soft in video games. So when you get random poke through on clothing and stuff, yeah, there's a thing like that. In hindsight, should have used male characters. Wouldn't have worked for the dolls thing, but listen, sometimes it would be nice to be able to work on that stuff on stream. But it's nerve-wracking when you're trying to nail it. It's like, saving that for the OnlyFans stream. What are you doing your OnlyFans? DAZ work, baby. Just look on people's faces like, you know there'd be some curiosity. Okay, let's fix some of these so that I don't have to hate my life too hard. And see how much it improves the FPS. This just needs to be wider, I think. I need a better set of stairs. I was going to buy a set of stairs that came in this pack that's available on the marketplace, but the problem is that, well, the $150 pack, and I don't really care that much about the stairs. I want other things in the pack, but it has not gone on sale, and I guess Fab is out today. I don't know if you guys have checked out Fab or not, but it is a thing that is available now. I can do this for... and get away with it. Sure. All adjacent surfaces, yes, quite right. Let's make this a 10. The real reason I use these is so I can have non-stretched meshes. That's it. Am I happy with every other size on it? I think I am. What is this? Let's delete it and find out. It's a plus thing, which is bizarre. I don't know why it's a plus. But when I told you to delete it, I actually intended you to delete it? Oh. It didn't look like it was selected. Can't download the stuff? Huh. Well, I know that the stuff that's Unreal, like, you know, UE related, still appears in the in your vault. So you can still use the, you know, the same way you would download them normally. I haven't looked at anything else. I don't have a use for anything else on there. If I can't use it in UE, I mean, I'm not going to go out of the trouble to build a whole skeleton for a bunch of stuff. I have other things to do with my time. Really? Huh. They said it was available. They're sitting in there. Interesting. I guess I haven't put it to the test. I can do that in a second here. I think I just will here. Do this one little thing here because I might forget otherwise. And trying to remember what I was doing previously is a terrible thing. Open up the old library here. We'll add some Western guns, I suppose. Yeah, I can probably use those. I don't know if I can, but maybe something will have guns, sure. Also only 400 megs. Let's see if it installs. I'm really curious. I mean, I haven't actually tested it since, so. I'm expecting some real growing pains. And I figure I won't be buying anything until the Black Friday sale that obviously will happen on there, so. Huh? Seems like it worked. Nothing special. What's it called? There we go. Oh, they worked. I don't know what to tell you. Why you can't download things, but seems okay. I guess I haven't bought anything from the Fab Marketplace yet. Maybe there's some issue with that. I mean, I'm gonna wait till there's a sale. I'm not gonna buy until that's for certain. I'm not crazy. You'd never pay full price for assets. Never. Literally never. The funny part is there's these assets I wanted, and then I think I might switch the design to not need them, so actually I'm gonna save probably about $75 when all is said and done, because I just don't think I need them. What's funny too is I was hyping him on stream for the longest time. Okay, this one's just way bigger than the other one. I'm just gonna move it up, make a duplicate before I merge these together. Alright, so I'm going to move it to just right about here first, so I can grab the other one easily. Think these things through. Man. Get rid of this worthless one. I guess I could have measured the sizes and all that. I don't care. Nah. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. No. They might as well be the same size. I guess. Realistically, wait, I could just recycle the same floor all the way up, right? Because it's just one hole each time. Wait a minute. I totally can do that. Huh. Well, that's smarter. At first I was like, listen, let me do it the dumb way. And eventually, I do learn that you can't actually take the round peg and stick it through the square hole kind of thing. You know, it takes me a while sometimes. I might be a little slow. I should have just done all of them here. Just two, nothing else selected, perfect. Let me go ahead and turn these into a static mesh. Oh, it says some... You know, I just want to resist the urge to put an and in the middle of it. Stairway 4? Stairway 4? Yes. The plan is now just use this one here. Give it some quick collision because I don't super care. I can just stay complex collision for now. I'll change it later. I don't sweat the collision too much because I end up changing these things later and getting rid of them. So if there's a good chance it might not even make it to the final game. So, no need to worry. Means I can just delete these ones. Let's move it to the stairway. I think I'm just gonna... Not intend to do it that way, but sure. Create new folder. Let's call it stairway. Stairway. I'll duplicate it. Get some hot rotation action. Hate my life for having left a nav mesh on the map. Silly nav meshes. You know better. Yeah. Alright. Do this. I get to recycle my stairs over and over, like so. Guess I was an idiot and didn't actually successfully get all the things. Let me fix that. Now that has the right thing. Okay. Oh, maybe this was less good of an idea than I thought. I guess it kind of sticks out a little. Okay. I didn't realize it would stick out. I want to do this. I guess if I made it intentionally square, but I did not actually align it all that well, if you'll notice. I actually aligned it very poorly, but that's because the rooms above just didn't work out like that. That's my fault. Fine. Actually, how far can we go back? Can I just grab these? Thanks, getting back. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, I'm really excited for the new Fab stuff just to see if it's any good. But I'm also a little weirded out by the new layout and the 9 million licensing stuff that I really hated from ArtStation. Like, oh, look. Remember all those things in ArtStation that made the site nearly unusable? Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted on the marketplace I have to use. I'm not really a fan of those. I guess I just didn't size this very well, did I? Oh. I just delete the whole floor? Right. No. No. That's a terrible plan. Made my life hard because I thought I could make it easy. Bad life decisions. Struck again. My floor back. Good, good. I didn't want to redo the entire floor. Some of the stuff I'm going to keep for a while. Other stuff, not really. I kept this. Wait, what was that? The box. Oh. That's because I brought him back. My bad. I thought there was another invisible wall. This happened every once in a while. It's like, but why invisible wall? Why? Okay. So, let me go ahead and just fix all these upstairs ones too, for that matter too. I've been needing to fix a lot. This whole wall here, this big long wall, needs to be fixed. Like, it has got issues, to say the least. I almost should have made modular rooms and then plunked them down, but I didn't do that. There's my entire explanation. Like, I could have done that. But counterpoint, what if I didn't? And that's what happened. What we're gonna do is fix up some walls so I can get rid of all these extra nav meshes. Or not nav meshes, geometry brushes. The way it works is the last brush you put in has precedence. So if you want them to affect something that's already been there a while, you gotta do that or it won't work. Maybe it'll go about here, I don't know. We'll put it around there. I'm just gonna delete this other door entirely. I don't in my life anymore. It knows what it did. I end up redoing these a fair amount because I end up redesigning rooms. I actually made a whole, you know, factory that was dilapidated. It just didn't look right. I didn't have the right assets to make it really come to life, so this is my other plan. Which I like way better. That's why I went with it in the end, but you gotta go out of your way to a little bit of tweaking here. It's actually hard to see because of these little corner things I put in here. I just had to be stylish. This one's way too small. Trying to get close. It can stick into the exterior wall some. I don't really care. Don't gotta be perfect. Just gots to be okay. Can't stick completely out of the exterior wall. It can stick part way, and I'm okay with that. That's good. It can live there. How close are we in these though? Not quite there, actually. This should so vastly speed up the game. I'll probably gain about 10 to 15 frames once I get rid of all these dumb things. They're so heavy. To be fair, you're not supposed to leave them just out and about. Oh, actually. Nope. Actually, wait a minute. That's fine, because it's not even in that room, right? That sort of is, but those things are actually in the wall anyway. Alright, that was double. Go back once or twice here and get to where it was. I think I'm actually fine with it being right there. I mean, I'm sure I'll end up adjusting some of these things anyway. Yeah, you won't even be able to see that because I'm going to put another wall in here for it. I just didn't want to make it all part of that room again. It might actually be better to just make it slightly smaller. Eh. Nah, because it'll be covered either way. Doesn't matter. Anyway. Get all the adjacent surfaces. Make it 10. I get the right size there. Same thing with this one here. Do I like to store exactly where it is? I don't hate it. I'll probably go over a little bit. That's true. I'll rename those things in a second. Right height. Get all the adjacent surfaces. Do that with only one thing selected so it actually works. Can't log into Fab, you get a server error, you cannot view anything? Huh. Interesting. I just did the auto login with my credentials for Epic. Yeah. Yep, logged in, account settings, all that too, yeah. I mean, it worked for me, but I claimed all the Quixel stuff too. Like, if you go here and you can successfully log in, they actually just have a thing you can click to get all the mega scans, so you don't have to go through and individually add them before 2025, so you get to keep them. Not that I use the mega scans, but I am going to totally click the free button. Yeah, I just did my normal Epic information and it just worked. I use Brave browser if that helps. I just need these two. Oh wait, I don't need those. I need this. Environment. Whatever. Well, this SM, Toy Maze, Edition. Just so I know which rooms it is in between. See if I can get away with crap collision or not. Maybe. Be surprised how hard it has, how hard of a time it has for a simple shape like this. See? For whatever reason, it just hates its life. That's okay. Complex it is. It's not that many things anyway, so it's not like it's a million extra shapes. Really very few. Probably less than the other, the convex would do, actually. Actually, it's a lot less thinking about it. I don't have those to deal with anymore. I have a million more brushes to go, though. I have to make this wall. This is just going to be a generic wall, though, with one side different here. Well, I don't want a door in there. Redo this whole wall here, which needs a hole right here, but I needed to make a cylindrical hole anyway, as opposed to the box that was there before. Because now I want to run pipes through it. I'm probably going to have to redo some of these walls just to run pipes through them later anyway. Or if I want to have two different colors on them, might happen. Whatever the case, I'm going to grab a generic wall. This one here is perfectly fine. That is why I left it. This is me being lazy. You know, when I did that, I kind of anticipated it being at the same one. Or the same X coordinate. But it does not look like it's at the same one, does it? Fair enough. I like how much faster they get as you start getting rid of these things. Like, they start to... It's so bad after a while. It should be nearly instantaneous if you weren't, you know, abusing them like I've been doing. Oh yeah, I remember what I did with them. I was telling someone earlier I was going to show them one of the things I actually made with these was I needed hollow pipes. I ended up making all these junctions out of the cylinders. And negatives in it so I could have all these pipes, because it turns out that for whatever reason, no steampunk asset comes with hollow pipes. And I just never assumed you would use the pipe to go inside it. I guess they've never played Mario, huh? These are important things that they just decided was not a thing. I remember who I was trying to tell that to, but... made lots of ones there. What I didn't make was just a simple 90-degree angle pipe. Damn. Thought I made them all. Nope. Okay, I can take one of these three-ways and just block a side or something. I made a plug. So I could plug them all up if I need to. This time we're going to make smaller walls so that I don't have to redo the whole wall every time I decide to move something. Soon. Soon. I don't know what the soon is, but whatever it is, soon. Yes. Oh, an awkward wall to try to figure out here because there's a wall in the way. I think this wall is thick. Like intentionally thick. But it's not thick. Huh. We're going to use this one now as the number, because apparently the other one does not do what I want it to do, but this should get it to the right one. So it lines up a little better. I'm just going to go ahead and do this since I've noticed that there's a problem. Oh, never mind. It's... sometimes when you select all the surfaces, it doesn't get one of them. You'll just have an extra, you know, world prop grid, you know, element in there. Why? Weird. Some things just don't work as well as I want them to. Huh. This is so much harder to do later on. I got all of it. They don't gotta be perfect. Close is good enough. Here. Well, it doesn't really matter if this one's perfect either, because I'm just gonna add another wall in right there, so we can go halfway. That's fine. We'll meet halfway. No one's gonna notice the little thing there anyway. Wait a minute. No, this wall can't go this far. I wanted to put leaves on all these ones here. Glad I caught myself on this one. This needs to be shrunk down. I'm gonna have to put a special wall in there for that. Because it's part way into there. I just had to make awkward room sizes. It's all in fun. Oh, a little farther over there, bucko. Not too far. Far enough. Am I gonna put Lee's in this room? It's a little storage room off of this place. Probably not. Partially because I don't want to redo all these things either. Like, this is a complete... No, it's not completed. Are these really just that lined up? Okay. And this doesn't stick out at all? No? Perfect. All adjacent. That one. It started as a 2D game, so it actually still has the base directory for the 2D blueprint thingy. Do not question. It simply is. Yes. Is. This is SM... Did I call it the cathedral? Chapel. And this is Toy Maze. Is the other one there? Good, good. I like these. Could probably use this thing called collision. Thankfully, at least this one is easy. And once again, I got the world prop grid in there. I don't know what's up with that. Like, it somehow misses a side. Add a simple box. Be golden. Nice. Nice. I don't think there's going to be any additional holes in this one. I'm going to move this hole over some though, I think. I don't want to make the holes, you know, crappier, but... Nah. I am going to use bricks though. The interior of the wall being wood is bizarre. We couldn't afford real bricks, so we just decided to put fake bricks over there. It will be fine. Do not worry about my fake bricks. They are acceptable. Yes. Same thing here. I'm fine with these locations. Some realism is just not going to be in the game. Oh, I should have selected all surfaces. There must be some things that are done in the name of fun. That one's already pretty good, right? Do I want this to have the wallpaper there? Why is this wallpaper here? I don't know. But in the interest of keeping the room looking about the same, oh. I was about to make a really dumb mistake. I didn't get all the negative brushes. That wouldn't be good. I should almost have two materials on every wall just so I can have a different color on the other side. I don't know. Part of this is just about making them more efficient, and I can always change it later. I might not change it later, but... Man, I mean, losing like, you know, 10 to 15 FPS because of all these things is pretty bad, so... Here I'm like, how am I optimize it then? leave out the elephant in the room. Carnival, magician. Guess they'll go in the carnival room because that's the first one I clicked on. Those are there. These are here. Still got the World Proc Grid. So obnoxious. I know it's about 5.4, but it has a lot of bugs with the geometry stuff that did not exist before it. So you just kind of get used to it. It does weird things. Down to 76. They take forever to fix all these. But something's got to get done. Oh, the mouse tunnel thing that I'm not sure you want to use. Oh, sure. I'll just complete this. Actually, before I do that, I know I'm going to change this later, but it's going to be so far off that I get to this that I don't care. Because you'll have already gone through a bunch of the floors, and then you come back to the top. So there's really no point in getting too crazy with it. No. No point. Looks pretty good. I guess I could have just set them all at the very end too, but I guess I'm not going to set them all to complex collision. Just the stuff that basically has so few shapes on it anyway, I don't even care. I could manually set it, but I don't think I'm going to make an actor out of a floor. I mean, that's a lot of... Maybe it might happen later if the optimization makes a big difference. I found it largely doesn't. But to be fair, I haven't really gotten to a ridiculous level yet. I'm not doing this here. I almost want to shrink these stairs. Whatever. Before we get all crazy here, they will see part of this floor. But at the very least, I should make it get the job done. There's nothing else, so it's the gazebo floor, sure. I have one. I mean, part of it's the toy maker's workshop. Fair enough. I might make the whole room up here the toy maker's workshop too, so that's very possible. But that's not now. That's later days. Kind of later day. I don't even know how later days it is. It never does it quite right, does it? Whatever, I guess it doesn't matter too much. Little bug is the most obnoxious thing in the world. It's always just one side. If you're all like, why you do this? I decided standing is the way for streaming. I don't know, yesterday I stood like 6 to 7 hours and was like, Today my feet are like, you remember yesterday? You remember yesterday. And I'm like, this is just off kilter and looks terrible. Well, 72 of these things. It takes forever to do all these, it really does, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Well, I was gonna make a way up to this, so I'm gonna have to redo this floor 100% of the time. With that being said, that's only when you get the Empress, and that's gonna be so you can make some plants grow up in order to get out. And I don't even have the Empress programmed in yet, so the odds that this is happening anytime soon, pretty bad. Pretty bad. So, yeah. Here. Which means I might as well just, you know, convert it over. Cancel. Why would the top of this building have these boards out there? They don't seem like they're the best choice for weathering the elements, right? The top part needs to be something different. What are we using? On the tiles easy. Well, there's the stained metal, which I could use. Let me dump that out. I guess that kind of fits this stuff more, though this is not actually a metal. It's like some sort of, well, this is metal. Concrete, metal, metal, concrete. I guess the metal makes sense. That'd make it like the worst roof in the world during the hot months, right? You're like the worst thing ever? Huh. That one's not gonna work that well. It looks terrible. The white stained metal looks terrible. I could use tile. Well, that does have a nice, pleasant look to it. That is most certainly not gonna work for weathering the elements. I was gonna make this area not an area that was accessible to the public. Doesn't gotta look all theme parky, but maybe it should. Right. All right. You know, I don't hate it. But one of the things that is not going to look good is that the floor goes out beyond, so I'd actually want to shrink it intentionally either way. One moment, please. Scale this element, please, not that one. That's a little better. What I could do is metal all the way around and then make the remaining one the other. Let's say I do the top one as the tile instead. Oh, actually, well, that gives the roof this metal here. Do I want that? Or do I want it to be boards? This is the roof of the building. I might do that, have metal around the outside, have just for the areas what happens to show. Whatever I do on top, which might be this, and then the bottom be the boards. I can get behind that. People really underestimate just how bad these things are for performance. They're so cool for what they can do, but even just for designing more areas, like, it was getting so laggy yesterday because of how many things I was working on. So we have to do the non-glamorous things. We'll call this the roof floor, just because it's very confusing. Yes. Also, it is a floor. It's fine. I don't hate this. I might even retool these to have a different, have this texture on them too. That might be nice. Let me check in a second. Yeah, you know that part where they don't start with collision? Insane. That's something I don't quite understand. If it's going to combine these things that it already has collision for into a static mesh, you would think it would just employ the exact same collision it was already using, right? Because it already had it figured out. It's not like it needs to figure out. You're able to literally play around moving through them. But for some reason, that is not how it works at all. It's the most mind-boggling thing. There's just certain things Epic does that make no sense to me. Unless there's something I don't know about in order how to provide the collision, but no, nothing I've ever seen on it, because I did a bunch of looking up, has ever shown me any way to do it. Besides just manually doing it after the fact. So, you know, I kind of like this. Tile looks okay. Really helps differentiate the inside of this area here. But I'm curious about these. Use the tiles. I got a bunch of tile ones there. This Victorian house thing that they gave out I don't know, some time ago on the free for the month thing has been so useful. I ended up readjusting my whole project to use it. Not the least which because it has a bunch of tiling stuff here. Let's test some of these other tiles. Maybe I can get a little crazy. A little crazy? Huh. Not for that one. But I'm not gonna lie. I like these tiles way better. And now they all have it. Yeah. Yeah, I like those. That means I'm also going to use them in here, too. Yes. Come to Papa. I changed it manually on that one. Well, I guess because they're stretched, they're going to look terrible no matter what I use. These ones are all using wood instead. Yeah, okay, I'm going to leave those as they are then. I might end up making some changes later. Well, even stretched, I like it better with that. So I'm going to leave it, and then I'm going to make a special one for it later. That's not stretched. That's the real reason to use the geometry brushes, is it can actually retool the meshes to make it so that it doesn't stretch. It looks okay stretched sometimes. Like this wood is stretched, it looks fine. Some of the things look fine, but yeah. I do like this though. It appeals to me significantly more than the other does. This one's pretty square, you can just tell. I like the wood on these ones, that's perfect. And I'm a fan of the wood on these ones, I'm pretty certain. Am I? How much of a fan am I? I'm not sure I am a fan of them. Oh, these are box brushes. Never mind, that's a planner. This one's a box brush. No, it's a pool. Oh, because it's the level block. Oh. That's just gonna look like crap. Only this one time. I might be changing these later. These are going to get replaced anyway. These are just holders for where the water was going anyway. I still haven't even made that wall yet. Oh, optimization. You take ages. I only have 71 of the actors. Okay. This mouse tunnel experiment's not very good. There's not really much of a mouse tunnel. It's really just a hole in the thing you can wander around through. But it doesn't have very good collision. It doesn't have that cave feel that I want. Might get rid of it. I don't know if I like it. I think I'd rather there just be pipes that you go through than weird holes in the wall most of the time. This kind of stuff is just hard to see. Like, I just clips on that, but yeah. I don't hate the concept of it, but I hate the execution. This mouse tunnel can go bye-bye. Oh, look, 3 more meshes I don't have to deal with. Perfect. The best thing about standing the whole time is stretching. Whole area to stretch in. Also, I've been informed that the body burns like double the calories if you're standing versus sitting. So, bonus. Just standing. Like a big number too. It's like 50 or 60 extra calories an hour. But what it really does is make my back not hate me after sitting there for like 7 hours in a chair. You're like, oh god, why? They didn't tell you that game dev was paid in blood. Pain. Mostly just pain in your back, sitting in a chair for 7 straight hours. Because if I'm not streaming, then I actually do this weird thing where I get up and move around. Yeah. That. I'm okay with this floor. I don't hate it. I just wanted to have the leaves above this here. I'm not sure how I'm going to play this boss fight out, but it doesn't have to be soon anyway. It's just placeholders until I figure it out. And this doesn't really go anywhere I don't care for it to go. That's fine. Goes all the way to the sides. Alright. Get from down below. Seems fine. Just a generic simple floor, but that's fine. Oh. You're not sticking out of the building, are you? No. Hmm. It's fine. What adjacent services? Yes. Quite right. World Proc Grid. No. One doesn't have it. This is a grass plane and that. Hmm. Hmm. Can't even see the grass up here. Hmm. I'll leave it for now. Doesn't hurt to have it, so. I don't even know where the parquet is. Or parquet, or whatever the hell it is. I'll also just do this. Make them all like that. And then I'm going to temporarily remove that. Oh, can't do that. I forgot the box does have a bottom. Well, I guess it's up in the trees, right? So does it need to have grass, or could it just simulate being up in the trees? That seems like a really deep question to be asking myself when it's literally blockaded by these anyway, so you can't even see them, right? That's true. It does seem a little strange. And I don't think I'm going to redo this one too much. I mean, I guess I could have some splines that go all the way down. No, I like it better. I'm going to put it back. It's fine. Thinking about it, I'm fine with it. Let's see. How many floors? It's in Ellie's room. Second floor? There's nothing special about this floor. Other than I just wanted it that shape. Cool. Oh. I don't really think I'm gonna make any changes to this one either, for that matter. The only difference is, well, this does have to have the grass and then the other on the bottom. I'm fine with that. Already selected them all. There's nothing involved with it that I need to worry about. This cuts a hole in the wall, not really it. Does it cut a hole in it? Let's see. Not really, no. Okay. I was gonna say, if it cuts a hole in that, that's really tedious, and I don't think I'm gonna do that. I once made an entire room that was, you know, just all these brushes, and then, you know, it's cool because you can just position the whole room, but what sucks is what if you want to make a change, you gotta remake the whole room. Worst thing in the world. Or have it on a different map. Then convert it over to static mesh and then select unconvert, so it keeps the file but puts all the stuff back. Alright, so this doesn't stick out anywhere I don't want it to stick out, right? Or does it? It does. cool part is once you get it fixed enough, you don't have very many of them. They actually, you can see it move instead of having to just guess because I have so many of them. Kind of wide. Pretty good on this thing. Almost too good. There might be a hole actually. Oh, if I'm looking for a hole, I should do it here. Yeah, there's totally a hole. Oh, actually. Well, that just needs to be fixed down below here, to be honest. Like, this one shouldn't really be sticking through the floor, I don't think. Oh, and I kind of wanted to when you look at it, because if it doesn't stick down there, well, the places where there's a wall that could match it, it's fine, but because there's no wall to match it, I made mistakes. I didn't think about this. Hey Jay, how's it going? Getting a bit of work done. Just saying, just a bit. Gosh, it's been like 11 minutes since I looked over there. What? Oh. I didn't realize I hadn't looked over at the chat thing. But yeah, just getting work done. I got a bunch of geometry brushes all over the map that are just causing everything to take forever to load. I'm kind of finalizing a lot of things. Well, finalizing. I might need to redo some of the walls later, but for the most part, a lot of them are just going to be as they are. Then I've got to get too crazy. It doesn't stick outside, right? It's not. Fine. Yeah, I'm just doing that, and then I started with like 90 of them on the map. Some of the ones I got to remake certain walls and things because they're just broken stuff, and all the fun things that, you know, I could have done a while ago, but I didn't. That's my explanation. I could have done it, but counterpoint, I did not do it. Yep, that's pretty much where we're at right now. Let's convert this over to, there's no additional ones, right? It's just that one. This needs to be converted over to a static mesh. I was going to do this off stream, but the simple reality is that I streamed so long yesterday and every other day for like the last week that there hasn't been a lot of free time that isn't on the stream to do it. So it may or may not be the most exciting thing in the world, but I'll chat with people along the way. I definitely need to find additional ways to keep myself occupied while doing this. I call this a safari room, right? Add the quick box collision because there's nothing special about that floor. One less brush. Onward to glory. Now these need to be just redone entirely. This whole floor is not going to be what I want it to be. The 5th floor, am I gonna... Am I okay with finally merging this one? I guess I am. I mean, I don't really hate it. I need the negative for this, though. Let's move this to the safari room so I can find it with the other one a lot easier. That's this one, right? Can't see it, huh? It's a negative, yeah, it takes that up. I need this, and this one also goes through. None of the others do, so I should be fine. I don't want you, or you, or you, or you. Just these three. I'm pretty certain. I would hate to redo all this, so... None of the other ones are going to go down a floor in this one, so I don't think I need to do anything special. The chat saying? As far as making a big level or not, a lot of it comes down to mostly making areas that you can go through with a certain ability set. And then another area to go through that requires an additional ability to get through. And then another area like that's built like, you know, where you need yet another ability to get through, and so on down the line. I have a weird challenge on this one in that I'm trying to make it also seem like humans use it. So the character is tiny, so there's going to be a lot of weird things going in there that... I mean, I can add in stuff later. This is just kind of the floor layout and everything, and the walls and stuff, you know, because... The only times I'm going to need to change that later is if I need to put holes in the wall for pipes or something so Poppet can wander through them. A lot of this area is pretty figured out. I don't think I'm going to do too much different. Probably. It's going to be a lot more... The game's going to be a lot more combat-centric, for certain. As the like, combat-centric and exploration. Metroidvanias are not usually heavy platformers, though. They're way more combat-centric than that. Way more collection-centric, so they're very exploration. I mean, they'll have platforming in it, but, you know, there's like a super difficult platformer, and Metroidvanias never get there. That's not where they're at. So I'm not gonna worry too much about that. Like making a human world that's a platformer for like a little tiny toy might actually be hard. I don't even know if that'd be possible. Because how would the humans use it if it was weird like that? These are questions that I ask myself. Anyway, let me... Got all the adjacent surfaces, right? Did I? They're all just parquet, huh? Sure. Anyway, let's create a static mesh. All this. SM 5th floor. Originally, I actually built the thing as like 3 floors, right? They were way spread out, and the basement was like the 3rd floor. It was kind of, you know, way smaller. But now with this, because there's 5 floors, there's a lot more verticality I can do, which really changes things. I like it a lot better. I got rid of this wall because I need to remake it. I'll get to it eventually. Anyway, 5th floor. I'm just going to set the collisions complex and move on. It's a really simple shape, so it's only going to have a few things there, but trying to get the convex to do it adds way more shapes than just complex does. So it's kind of stupid. It's weird that this doesn't block light very well. You'd think it would do a better job, but it just doesn't. Might be because I have this complex. That could be it. There's a hole here. Do a quick little cheater thing. Nice. Whatever. That area doesn't even factor in until so much later anyway. I kind of wish I'd switched this to tile at the top. But I'm probably going to put a ceiling on it anyway. And by probably mean I'm definitely going to. I was just waiting on certain assets. Some things might get cut out too. I haven't decided yet. Hey Vibhu, how's it going? I have been 21 that. Are you like 21 today or something? Is that what I'm hearing? If so, I highly recommend drinking while watching the stream. If you're not 21 at least, or well, I guess if you're not of legal drinking age in your country. I drink while watching my own stream. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so now we come to this. Am I changing this wall in any way, shape, or form going forward? You mostly can't stick through anything. Well, it can stick through into these, you know, the void. It can do that. I don't care about that. I'm pretty much okay with its height up here. Maybe not quite that okay with it. It could probably be a little shorter. It would also probably help if I selected, I don't know, the right one. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's a interesting exam. Terrible that it went badly. Yeah, just saying, just saying. Not good. I just tell people, even if you don't do well in school, you always have a future as a game dev. That's so not how it works. That could actually be how it works. You don't really have to actually be educated to be a game dev. I'm fine with pretty much everywhere this thing goes. It doesn't go into any of the rooms or anything, so... It almost goes into this room. It almost is fine. I guess I could always just shrink it a tiny fraction. I kind of want a cave system now at the bottom. Maybe that's what the basement will be, a bit cave or something. Like a fake cave. You're behind that. So much snappier every time I get rid of one or more of these stupid things. There's so many of them. It totally is the bite of 87. Let no one tell you different. What no one tells you about Fallout lore is that, oh, sorry, the about FNAF lore is that it all apparently happened in the late 1920s, early 1930s, which would be pretty much the era this is trying to ape. I'm just going to migrate it over a little bit and call it. This one. Not that one. This one. And selecting this one will be in fact quite the challenge. Nope, not that hard. They definitely mentioned that I look like Markiplier. That I take as a great compliment. Man is an attractive dude. Yes. Only he's in actual great shape and I am not. Maybe one day, man. There's you. Well, great material. Whatever. Trying to figure out which one of these has the world grid on it is pain. I can be knockoff Markiplier. If I ever need a backup name. I don't know, Mohomo is probably better than No Homo family. Markiplier. I got a really big laugh because he actually made his own OnlyFans with like tasteful nudes or something, and like so many people doing it. I didn't go see it because I didn't want to see him naked or anything like that. That's not the one I want to see. But the fact that so many more people joined it than most women's OnlyFans made me laugh. Most of it was just his fans supporting him. Maybe they really just wanted to see that. Not I. No. That's not as funny as the there's a lady who does Victorian outfits, right? And they're like prim and proper and everything like that. And so she made her own OnlyFans in there as a joke. You know, she just how much she could do in a week like that. And it was literally all about risque Victorian pics. So she'd take like pictures of like her ankles or something like that with like her dress just slightly raised up so you could see her ankle. And she made a bunch of money on it. She was going to donate it all to charity. It was just funny. Like of all the things that people were paying a bunch of money for, Victorian ankle pics was not on my radar. No. 10 out of 10. The troll was great. To that lady's credit, she makes very impressive dresses, though. They look very much like straight out of the movies things, you know. Actually better than that. Some of those cosplay people can make some incredible outfits. I'm just like, yeah, that looks good. I ended up watching a bunch of that because I was gonna, I was studying the various outfits for the era that I wanted. I was gonna make a bunch of outfits for it, so I was like, okay, I gotta know what kind of outfits we're talking about for the time period. And, you know, I want things to be functional and somewhat realistic to a point. I mean, you know, obviously, still tiny dolls, so the dolls are, you know, don't have to wear the most realistic of outfits, but their outfit would reflect the times. So a Victorian type of look to it, even though the Victorian era is like 1890s or so, around there. Actually, it's actually even earlier than that, like 1870s, 18 to like 1910 or something, before it becomes Edwardian. But the thing is, it's so funny. Everyone makes all this weird steampunk stuff, and they include electricity, but electricity wasn't widespread until much later. Like, it did exist, but almost nobody had it until like near the Edwardian era. And by the 1920s, it was everywhere. Fun things. I like to do research. This is a wall. What am I doing? This is Safari. In auto. Yeah, I like to keep track of these things, look stuff up. Especially if I'm doing the designing for stuff. Much popcorn was had this day. I show speed. I've seen him. I don't know why anybody would watch him. That's my explanation. I'm just like, okay. He's shown up on some Mr. Beast stuff, which, speaking of things that have become formulaic and boring, I'm just like, huh. Definitely one of those react people, right? You know, we just overreact to everything. Ain't nothing wrong with that, I suppose. I don't actually watch a lot of YouTube anymore. I used to watch so much more of it. I don't know. I find that his I don't know. I really haven't watched too much of him. He wasn't that funny on Beast or anything like that. He just was there. And I was like, cool, bro. Neat. After the stream, I probably just end up going to sleep. I'm streaming so late at this point that I just kind of have very little time before I have to wake up and go right back to work. Why do all my hobbies have to take forever? So many brushes left. Oof. Oh, 59. Well, I've gone through, 31 of them. You can already see how much snappier the game is when, like, especially last night we saw how ridiculously bad it was getting, and now it's just like moving quick, and I still have 59 of them left. They're so heavy. And now I'm missing wall. Yeah, maybe I'll look at him, something like that. I mean, he definitely doesn't seem like my type of person to watch. I usually like people who are doing something interesting a lot of times. Sometimes the personality matters, but usually it's all about them being really funny. You want a Twitch thing? Sure. Find it over here? Oh, what am I doing? I can just copy it from my Discord. Ugh. Yep. And if anyone wants to join the Discord where I post when I'm going to stream, I mean, I pretty much have a streaming schedule now. It's listed on Twitch, but we do also have a Discord. We mostly chat game dev. But sometimes other stuff too. In that message. We'll manually unpin it later. We'll pin it on this one too. Oh, nice. I can always use more minions in the Discord. Chat with people. Half the people there I got from the RPG Maker community. It's funny. I guess I could have done the top of this wall with something different. I guess to be fair, I'm not really changing that. I kind of like having bricks at the top of this wall. It's kind of a nice divider. It's always about those extra aesthetics, you know? But if I do that, a little bit lower there. I gotta shrink this wall some. Not a lot, but just a tiny fraction. That's way more than I probably need to do. Click the wrong thing. Oh. Well, glad you're still lurking. Glad you can't hear. I approve that it is looking amazing. Very happy. Gonna run so good after this. I'm so happy when it does. I'm just gonna be jumping for joy the whole way. What is this? I see it. Yeah, I can't move just enough to get to that little tiny whatever it is. That's you, weird grid thingy. That stupid little world proc grid is just the effort it takes to keep that thing. It's like some sort of plague upon this world. That's you, world proc grid. Oh, good luck with the studying, Vibhu. I hope it works out, yes. Yes, indeed. I got this fixed up here. Make sure it's not going through the floor. That's the big no-no here. Oh. Not the problem I was thinking it was. Problem is this wall. A slight bit. It still sticks in down a bit more than I want it to. Need to revamp my tiny fraction idea and instead go with a much better, more realistic number here. You want to match the floor pretty close. I think it already does. It matters because Poppet is so tiny that if it doesn't match the floor, it actually has a little lip that she'll hit. Oh. Also, I made it too tiny anyway. Okay, well, I need you to remember you don't got to be perfect. Just close. And no tiny lip. That. Much better. And it hits down here? Perfect. Does it go too far over here? I'm fine with it going that distance. Let's get this then too. Oh, I was gonna put one more hole in it. Oh, please. Wait for a second. I need a cylinder. Get a cylinder. I'm trying to grab this one because it's already the perfect size. There's a cylinder I can grab. Come on, come on. Daddy needs a cylinder. There are no cylinders, and that's weird. There should be a cylinder. How does it go through this wall if that's the case? How dis? Well, that's annoying. We just grab it this way. Oh, I just named it that because I'm silly. Yeah. I need this, and I want to jam one in here. In case I want to be able to pass through here later. I don't 100% know if I want to, but in the interest of leaving that option open. Yeah, how much like faster they are now with so many less of them. Only problem is I need to lower this pipe down because it's interacting with the floor. I'm not moving the entire floor, so we're gonna move the pipe instead. So we'll move it down to like here or something. And I'm gonna do this and down. This one too needs a big fix anyway. Along those lines. I mean, the pipe can be changed later to my heart's content. Not too worried about that. The biggest issue is that I want Poppet to be able to fit through the pipe. What is going on here? I don't even know. Sometimes Yui gets a little finicky and weird. We're just trying to normalize that a little bit. Okay. I can easily grab this because it doesn't fit correctly in there. Something along these lines here. Let's move it down. Yes. Yes, indeed. That's actually pretty good. Most important is that Poppet can pass through here. I don't care beyond that. So with that, might not have all the surfaces. Let's do this and grab it. And 10, perfect. Then I grab this. I require the door. And I think that's it. Pretty certain it is. Yeah. Got that there, that there. There's no other ones. Here. I definitely got more pipes going through the walls. Definitely a thing. I'm fine with the... Ugh. Undo click. Undo click. I want to select all these again. Thank you. Do static mesh here. Let's speed my game up. It's gonna be so fast by the end of this. It'll be great. They're all Sams now. Yes. Right, S&M to Sam. These are the naming conventions we now use. Let's see. SM, Safari, Alley. That's the holes where I want. Did I miss anything? Looks good to me. Why did it do the parquet on that? Why is the parquet to the side? I have questions here. How did this texture end up rotated? Also, curse you, World Proc Grid. That's you. I see this one's gonna have to get expanded upwards, but before I do that, that's you, World Proc Grid. Just temporarily raise this up. It'll get fixed later. I'll take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Got some. I have returned. So I can solve the mystery of what in the world happened with this. Fine now. I'm gonna close the window real fast. Right next to me, it's freezing. It was, in fact, not freezing 2.5 hours ago when I opened it. But mistakes were, in fact, made. Delete the old one of these. Make a point of trying to select all this crap again. Sometimes the cylinders can be kind of hard to select due to the fact that the pipes are there. Alright, let's try this again, but this time with feeling. Nothing wonky and weird. I did kind of fix something. There's a slight shift. Fair enough. Static mesh. Game's gonna run so much better. I'm still looking forward to it. SM, Safari, laser room. Now to see if the other weird thing appeared. Much better. You don't go too high, right? I didn't even check to see if you were too tall. Now you seem fine. Not sticking through the floor anymore. Definitely a problem earlier. Yeah. I forgot all about that problem and it got fixed anyway. Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of collision that's never happening. I had the parquet in there, huh? Fine. Could have been brick. Like I'm using these two different bricks all over the place. I don't know why. Sure. You can't really see those anyway, but now it's just two different thingies. Okay. 57 brushes to go. I did add one there, so I really almost getting rid of 2 of them. This wall. I might leave this one because this room's still very much under construction and those doors could move a lot. So when we embraced the power of the spline last night, we were able to bend the world to our will. And much was changed once we believed in the spline. Before believing in the spline, we had to live with these bizarre straight paths, but now that we believe in that which is the spline, things are no longer the same. I gotta add bendy rails around here and everything like that too. Looks so rickety and terrible. I'm gonna move it just 'cause it bugs the crap out of me. In reality, it probably needs to have like an additional one over here. When I get tired of doing these, I'll probably end up doing that. Yeah, I don't want to... Alright, this should actually be... in, like, Sally's room or something. Ah, this wall. Is there anything special about this wall, or is this wall just good as it is? Doesn't go too high, right? So I don't care about that. Doesn't really go too low. Seems like it fits. There's no real gripes with it. I guess it sticks out a little weird. That's only because this wall is so short. I'm probably going to fix it by just making this wall wider. Does that look any better though? Oof. Well, actually, wait a second. Wait. You're more likely to see the thing up here than there, but this also can just be the right thing too, because it's like a grass material, which is not what I want. More materials? Jesus. I'm okay with bricks like that too. What we're gonna do is redo the brick one in the inside, but we're gonna do everything else as the leaves, I guess. Or actually, we can do everything as the bricks and then just do this one side as leaves. These two sides. That's fair too. Technically, the brick should supersede everything. 1 second. I'm using instant brick edit on everything else. I should be using that on this too, not the regular bricks ever. Gotta check these things. Those two sides, I want the instant leaves. Nature was doing it wrong all along. Could have done the instant flavor of leaves. Ten out of 10 vegans say it tastes better. Assuming those vegans go out and just eat random leaves, which seems like a terrible plan. Plenty of leaves probably taste absolutely disgusting. Just saying. Probably gross. I moved that too far. Actually, it is the green. Okay. Oh wait. Undo that. I don't want that one. That's not the one I want. This is the one I want. Quite right. This makes it stick out some. Close. I should have really locked everything to a grid, but I did not. Oh well. I live in a free world. A world that doesn't worry about borders. Instead worries only about bending things in bizarre ways for no conceivable reason other than I can. That's it. That's my explanation. I don't hate it. Gosh, you grid. Yeah, I'll just replace them all. No, actually, I have this selected there. I just want it to be 10. Hey, John. How's the work? No, it's going good. I'm literally just going through and cleaning up 9 million geometry brushes. I had 90 of them, actually. And the game was just getting real slow because, well, geometry brushes are horribly unoptimized. They're not supposed to be optimized. Sounds like, oh, well, okay. I talked myself into fixing things. We're making all the walls as they're supposed to be. Yes. Actually, realistically, I probably should have had every other one selected except... I should have done this first and then just place the leaves on the 1 or 2 walls where they actually use the leaves. Mostly that wall. I don't think anything else uses leaves, so just the one wall. Look below just in case that's visible. No. Okay. Now armed with this one here, I can rename it to for this. Create myself a static mesh. Like a victory lap. Finally get to make it. Oh, orthographic cameras. I actually recommend people start with a third-person project and then adjust their camera because the little orthographic, you know, the top-down project they have is so wonky and weird and missing so much functionality, it's terrible. That's just me. I did not like it. Well, sir, I don't like it. A real mouthful in this one. But I like to know what they are. This is the easy one. I just get to add a box collision and call it square. There's nothing special about this particular wall. Another one bites the dust. Only 56 more of these stupid things to go. That's okay, I get to eliminate 3 right now anyway. Not like the end of the world. I'm just saying, I'll eliminate 3. I'm gonna use the instant brick and not parquet on the instant brick. This already has the instant brick. Doesn't stick into this room? Excellent. And it has brick on that side. I think it does. Can't tell. There's not enough light. The worst. That's okay. Actually, let's do this. Perfect. I don't know why I didn't think of that in the first place. I'm smart. Mm-hmm. Spoilers. Not really that smart sometimes. Kind of stupid, actually. I make many dumb mistakes. Many dumb mistakes. Many dumb mistakes. Okay, so... Yeah. Control A, not a Shift A. That's Safari storage. Storage. Yep. Like they're all here. You can still go through stuff. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. What's your problem with the orthographic camera that it's doing this time? Maybe I can help. I don't know. Maybe. Sometimes I have skills. Sometimes. Kinda. Maybe. I like to pretend at least. YouTube's been so happy with me lately, it's weird. I think it's because I got like 110 views or something last stream. The longer you stream, the more views you get. I'd act surprised and fail on that one. It actually got broken in 2 different things there, so there was actually probably like 126 views between the two. Broken stream and the non-broken. I really want to pump up my followers on Twitch. I need 20 more. At least. Then I can get affiliate. And you know what affiliate means, right? It means I can get half off my own Amazon Prime thing by subbing to myself. That's what it really says. Like, oh, look, here, use a free sub to yourself on there, and they give you half the money back anyway as a thing there. So it's really just half off on your Amazon Prime subscription. Look what I can get. Don't hate. That's money hacks right there, buddy. Money hacks. Why is this listed as being in the magician room? Also, do I want this to be the one solid wall? Am I changing anything about this wall? This wall seems kind of fine. Next, fine over there. Doesn't stick out anywhere. Doesn't go into the lower floor. Doesn't go in the upper floor. Huh. Really, you should just be able to move the camera itself, right? I mean, just grab the camera and drag the camera wherever you want. As long as it's a child of the spring arm, it'll still, you know, do the spring arm things of bouncing off of stuff that spring arms like to do. That's what I do. If I want Poppet's camera to move, I just simply move it up. Like I can show you. Pop it. Okay. Yeah, like she actually has double cameras because she's special. Yeah, if I want this camera to move up, I just, you know, just go whoop, right up there. File and then play. Hey, play. And your camera will be in a horrible place. Huh. That's interesting. I don't know why I would have a restrictor like that. But to be fair, I prefer the third-person project for a very good reason of you can actually just set the camera's orthographic and move it around. The default top-down thingy is just... And now it's like way high, which I really don't like because then you get up close like this. But also I'm basing where her arrow interact with is off of the camera, so I don't like that at all. She has many arrows. Also, she doesn't have hair. Her hair spawns. It's so I can have different hair in the game and make it a reward. Most of the hairs don't work very well though, so we'll see. I actually need to make them separate individual things, and they just spawn in one of those ones, whichever one you want, so they don't all load at the same time on her. They're also kind of heavy too, so I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know. That may or may not be a thing that I do later. I'm curious to see. How much has improved performance for what I've been doing? I don't know as much as I want it to, but I'm sure it's improved some. This process takes so long. It wouldn't take that long if I had done it along the way, but didn't do that. I didn't do that at all. It's kind of sitting around very similar. I can't wait till the stupid oh, it's still pretty well, actually, what am I doing? Having those open so it does kind of still about the same thing where the sudden drops. It still sits kind of like that there. Some of the drops are also because I'm streaming and, you know, the streaming is a problem for my poor computer at the same time as testing. But we're still sitting around where I was expecting. Once I get the mega lights in, it actually, and I swap out the lights with those, it actually makes the thing get closer to 30 FPS consistently. And once I get rid of these box brushes too, between the two of them, because I mean it was having a hard time getting into this amount. We'll see. Whatever the case, we will continue the mission. Optimization. And then if I don't hate my life by that point, i.e., you know, it's like 6 in the morning or something stupid where I'm just like that, you know, then maybe I'll worry about doing some additional enemies today. I mean, I'll work on the enemies tonight if I work on them today, you know? Perfectly fine. It also depends on how people are watching by the time I get to things I mean. If there's a lot of people watching, I stream much longer. If there's less people watching, I stream, but 7 or 8 hour streams are really rough if you're also working a regular job. I hope I'm making a spline out of this, but I don't know how they would even look with a spline. I think it'd just be kind of bizarre and weird. It would be kind of extendable, but to be fair, you can just shrink them naturally anyways. It doesn't really do much. Unless you're gonna have multiple ones together. Never did anything with this. I had plans. This wall. What are we doing this wall? Are we okay with this wall? I was redoing this wall because, reasons. I need to replace this wall entirely. Let's add this wall back in. Just so there's a wall here, so I have some idea of what I want to do. Well, you see, you're supposed to duplicate it. You see how much faster they react now. It's only 54 of them versus the 90 where it took like so much time, and now they're almost instant. That's really kind of nice, you know? It's the little things in life. I was something I didn't think about. I could have made all the this whole room in here have a special background color. Because the white would have been looked really good in here. Whatever. All I have to say is to think that an RPG Maker Game Jam game would end up being like this by the end. They bribed me. The price was $1,000, and then putting your game on Steam. I was like, I gotta make an RPG Maker game. Will do give me that? Okay. Of course, I've made a cardinal sin of not actually testing my game. Which does not do well. But the idea was a good one. And by a good one, I mean I like the idea, so perfect for me, right? As long as I like it, that's what matters. Because if I can't stand an idea, I would never take it to, like, fruition, you know? I forgot, this thing has to go way far over, because there's, like, extra space there. My game dev philosophy is make the game you want to play, because you're going to do all the testing, so you better want to play it. If you don't want to play it, you should think, really look into not making that game. And maybe make a different game where you want to play it. I know, it's weird, but what if, and I'm just saying, you actually like the game you're making? There's two hidden ones now that I don't have easy access to. Let's try to figure out how to get at them. Let's go ahead and add this to... Why not the holo record? Sure. This wall too can go to the holo records, just so I could find them later. I was basically fine with these. I don't think I'm going to do any changes to it. Fair enough. All those, sure. It's so weird that one of the glitches with it is it just takes 1 point away. I don't even know why I changed it. It doesn't even matter. You can't even see the difference. Indeed, indeed. It's just those two selected. Actually, I'm gonna do I'm gonna click this again, just in case I had something else somewhere. It did help control to select a bunch of things. So, environment, walls, then sorry, eating. So many less things to look at. Makes me happy. Getting speedier and speedier. But I need to do one more thing. Is go back and find it and adjust its. because it has a hole in it. I'm just gonna get the complex and move on. The only time it actually matters is if the weather factors in, but I'm not actually using the weather in this game because it's indoors. I consider the rain thing because it is kind of neat, but the sky at night is so much neater than the rain. I mean, splashing through the puddles is fun. But maybe I could have it rain at some point. Heat doth protest. This standing thing. But better for you, right? I sit too much as is. This one here. Oh, this is what I'm making right now. Well, let's move these over to Hidden Grotto. I'm probably going to leave a lot of these ones here that I'm still working on. What is this? Okay, I'm just selecting something weird for this wall here. Am I changing this wall at all at any point? Don't think I am. Doesn't stick outside, does it? Looks pretty good. I don't think there's anything else to worry about. I guess complex collision just doesn't block a light either. I might do something to protect from the light potentially too. Yeah, it's just those. It's already selected, okay. Just feeling a little wonky about it. I did not approve of what I was seeing. That's your world proc grid. I've given a name to my pain, and it is the world proc grid. Doesn't stick through the floor? Nope. Doesn't stick through the top? Seems reasonable sized. Doesn't stick in there. Perfect. Let us convert this thing into that which is useful. Like it's some sort of weird church. It is the church of the geometry brush. We will convert the unbelievers into useful static meshes. Actually, I guess it's the church of the static mesh at that point. Patrick's. Oh, Patrick's. And then that has Toy Maze. Technically it has the waiting room too, but the waiting room is such a boring, lame-o room. I don't know if I want to, what I'm going to do with it. So tiny. Tiny rooms are the way of the past. We live in a future world now. We're down to 50. Oh my god, we're down to 50. Not even halfway. Wait, that's bad. Wrong one. Use complex as simple. Oh, Bean voice. Complex as simple. Yeah. Actually, there's a bunch of negative ones I could probably get rid of. There's Toy Maze wall. Is there anything special about this wall? I don't think there is. I'm pretty certain it's just a boring wall with a door in it. Wait, are there two doors? The world? No. I was just a bit confused. Yeah, I didn't make this a wall because I was thinking of putting a little mouse hole in there. I ain't doing that. It just looked weird. Much cooler to run pipes. The pipes look good because you can easily make a cylinder that doesn't look right, but you can jam a pipe in there and the pipe looks good, so. Pretty reasonable. Master plan there. All adjacent surfaces, yes. Does it stick in the floor? No. Stick through one though. Looks good. Does not stick through the ceiling. Okay. It's all fun in games until you have to turn it into actual static meshes. Everything's a party until then. SN... My maze, meeting room, hall. Bounce up and down a bit. My feet happier. They're just happy with how I'm standing. Someone joined the Discord. Nice. I have to go respond to everyone else's Discords too. Now that I'm like a member relating to that. Oh yeah, I got a yeah, definitely. I got this standing desk. It's great. I just found that all those hours of just sitting in front of a computer is just doing terrible things for me, causing back and neck problems, and just. I'd be surprised, like, because I was having so many back issues, and the more I stand, the less my back has problems. It's the sitting for like, 7 hours in a stream like that. It's just too much. And with a bunch of health problems that, pretty much, yeah. I got a bunch of health problems because I had like I don't know what caused them, but during that time I couldn't really move my neck. So a chiropractor was, working on it and actually messed my neck up too. So I had like this numbness and tingling in all my limbs. I couldn't even really move very well. And then issues in my head too, and then just messed up my neck, and it was a bad time. So now I find it best to stand more than sit if I can do it. Except for my feet. My feet hate me a lot. I try to move around a little, because if you're just standing in one spot, it's kind of hard on your feet. But if you're actually walking, it's not that hard. But pretty much, yeah. Yesterday I stood for about 6 hours before I finally was like, all right, you win. I gotta reset everything because the green screen is set up now for standing, whereas I gotta take like about 2 minutes to reset everything lower than my phone like that because I have a phone camera to adjust everything. That's fair. I do a lot of standing at work too, but it just does no good for me to sit. My body does not like it very much. I spent way too many years, being a gamer. Age has not been kind to many areas that just, you know, listen. Turns out back issues are not fun. Neither are neck issues. But don't worry, with enough, like, you know, monitor radiation and I guess alcohol, I'm sure I'll be fine. That sounds about healthy, right? And no sunlight, because sunlight is clearly bad for you, and you can tell because it burns. That's right, I got this. The chosen one? About telling the world what you really need. Monitor radiation is a food group. Anyone who says different, nobody likes them. They have no friends and their family hates them. There you go. That's my explanation. Well, that's fair. I appreciate, you know, just lurking anyway. Huh? That'd be awesome. As I was telling everyone, that includes the incredibly secret life hack that is the most valuable thing of all. It's not the most valuable, but that means that I can take my Amazon Prime subscription up to myself to get half off my own Amazon Prime. Yes. Aim high, aim big. That'd be cool. It's just cool to have people to chat with. Gosh. I just love doing that. Just chatting. Streaming is so fun. Yeah, if I want to move these doors or not. The room is not even finished, I don't know. Yeah. Really, I think what streaming truly is, besides a reason to work really hard, honestly, just, you know, way to see a lot of cool projects because they talk to a lot of people and I hear about their projects and things like that. I end up just visiting people's Discords and the like. I joined your Discord, though. Obviously, I joined it during stream, so I haven't chatted at all. Obviously. It might be a bit. Stream probably won't be over for a while, and last time the stream ended at, oh gosh, it was like 7:15 in the morning or something. I pretty much rolled over like to my bed and went, that was the end of that. I didn't do anything after that. It was rough. 10 out of 10. The best. All these things are in the wrong locations. I'll put this in Sally's room. This wall's special. I think it's just this tiny little dopey wall. And I'm not going to put a door here. The door is here. And it looks so cool with all the wood around it. So sad I had to get rid of the door I put right here. It looked so nice. I was just like, ooh, door. Ah, the door appears. I don't know if I like this door. I might get rid of it. But I have this funny little pathway to it. It's almost like it's too high. But I can't have stairs down because of that. Anyway. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. Bad me, bad, down, bad. Oh, I see. First of all, what is this? Oh, it's this wall. What happened to you? Let's get some hot leave action on it. Instant leaves. Really hope I expand these materials first. And then let's make them all in. I don't like that. Definitely looks better than those. I'm so sad that I did the entire outside of these buildings. I do not wish to redo these again, so the exterior of the building will always be represented by the bricks, so you know you're at the exteriors. I also need to redo this so it doesn't stick out. This floor is wider than normal. Oh, does it have to be? Well, it kind of does, because otherwise the windows will be huge. And I like the way it creates the sign thing. I never finished the second floor, so the second floor is a catastrophe. It's like the original second floor from a different building entirely. But I just like how it sets up. Oh, that's right. That'd be one of the errors with Unreal 4. If you happen to have the geometry brush selected and then you click on something up here, it keeps the geometry brush selected and will not select the other. Yeah, I like the way this looks, so I do want it to stick out. I'm assuming the intro cutscene will involve the exterior of the building. At least that's my theory. Because, you know, if I do that, then, well, it kind of sets the stage pretty well. So I need to have enough of the city so you can have that, because I'm going to do a cutscene through that. Which means I'll have to have Poppet as a human for that, if I do it like a regular cutscene. It's possible it might be comic book style, to be completely honest. I've never made a cutscene in Unreal Engine. So, like, I kind of understand how it works. Sort of mess with it a little bit. I guess technically I did make one off of a tutorial, but it was not. It was like I moved the camera and that was okay. I'm kind of leaving the story till the very end, like the additional like things like those, because one, it has a habit of changing. If something becomes impossible for me to make, it's like, well, I can't really accomplish this task, so I'm cutting it out of the game, kind of thing. Also, if the scope gets too high, I can rewrite the story to involve just less overall enemies. Like, okay, well, I'm just cutting this floor out because it's too much. Well, I want to have five girls who've been kidnapped. And the reason for that is simply because it matches a pentagram. So, you know, when I have, like, you know, this resurrection ritual thing, I want to be able to put, you know, each of the girls at, or each of the dolls representing the girls, you know, at a point in the pentagram. I want 5 of them. But they don't have to have an entire floor to themselves. They could also just have a section of a floor, like some of these things like this area here, with all the jungle stuff, is huge, but it's vertical versus not, so I'll put one of the girls in here, one of them in a Halloween type of area, one of them in a chest type of area, one in a city type of area, and the final one I'm not sure anymore. I had plans for putting her in a more mechanized area, like, you know, a factory type of building area, but that doesn't, like, if everything else seems like it's designed to be more on like amusement parky, or just like, you know, like to show off toys and things like that, having a section where it's built seems weird, right? Like if everything else is just all about, you know, visuals and spectacle, and then this one is blasé, like I'll have to think about that one. I haven't made that boss yet anyway, so. A lot of the models are work in progress at this point. I'll get to them when I get to them, but there's just, I don't know yet. Don't know. Already made that one. I should just search for brushes again and go back to that. Gotta find the negative brushes. There's 2 negative brushes I gotta get rid of. Am I gonna do anything with this wall? Don't think so. Well, it's gonna have a hole through it there, and then I might. The problem is I'm still working on this area, so I don't really want to lock myself in quite yet. I could probably lock this wall then. Yes. It fits. It's nothing special about it. Like it fits, right? Like, yeah. Doesn't go in any other rooms to worry about, so that's fine. I can just lock this one down. We're just calling this the Gearworks till later. And what did I decide to call this? I think I had a name figured out, and then I don't know what it. I guess it could be the Tomato City room, I suppose. It's kind of a weird name, but or Tomato Village. Thanks for the sub, Fernando. Nunez Vela. How's your day going? I sit here and build my tomato village. Can I call it tomato village? Maybe. Village. Capitalized. Cool. Diddly. An old chip. Do this. I did switch this to a spline. I don't need to put any in this room yet because it's not going to be useful. So I'm just going to blank it so they can't see. Locked out. I literally built the thing in so that, you know, if I wasn't going to make it into the demo, but any way, shape, or form, I could just block it out. Oh, my day's going pretty good. A night of fixing the various brushes, because I have so many geometry brushes that are representing a bunch of stuff, and I'm down to 48 of 90 when I started. I had this bad habit of building a bunch of walls and, like, you know, like, oh look, it's a brush. Oh look, another brush to make a thing. Here too. There's nothing wrong with them. They work, except for they are horribly slow and unoptimized. They're not really supposed to stay there forever. Kind of what I'm doing. Are you an Unreal Engine dev or interested in game dev in any way, shape, or form? Guess I can go here. I thought that spot better. I don't want to do that yet, but I'm going to complete this wall. Oh, I gotta grab this thing here and all the adjacent surfaces. Yeah. Watch what? Do this, convert it into a wall. Oh. Convert it into a wall. A lot of these walls I just made really fast, and they have issues, so we're fixing them. Tomato Village. Earworks wall. Right, and now armed with this incredibly wonderful new wall, it will change the fate of the wall world. We'll now sit inside it for no apparent reason. I'm just doing complex collision. They're such simple shapes. But unless I'm making an actor, it's pretty hard to get it to recognize the lore. Alright, that's 2 down. Yes, yes. If you want, I can even give you the tour of the game at the moment. Unless you have, I don't know if you swung by or not and seen it, but we'll give you the brief tour of what's going on. I'm making jungle themed rooms at, well, sort of at the moment. I just took a break to optimize the game. I was working on some boss stuff. So the I guess I'll put a nav mesh down. I just show everyone the Patrick fight to make my life easier. That's fair. Patrick needs a nav mesh. I need to make another cool fight. He's my work in progress first boss. Take a bit. Right, just, I mean, I don't know. Oop. This is still my favorite pumpkin, I'm just saying. If I decide, well, I guess I should have not carving a pumpkin, but if I ever carve a pumpkin again, this is the pumpkin I will carve. Anyway. So the basic tour of the game is that this is Poppet. She is a doll who's, she was a murder victim, who got her soul stuffed into a doll. She's trying to escape this toy factory with all these other cursed dolls. She uses tarot cards as her powers. This is the Fool. It's kind of a brute force weapon. Mostly it's just a giant sucker. Boing, boing, boing. Guys are cool kid dodge. Oh. This is Patrick. Attack him with your weapon if you want. You can also use the magician to levitate objects and throw them, like control. Doesn't do a great deal of damage to him, but it works. He spits things in his second phase. I have triple damage on the weapon there. This heals over time. It doesn't cost insanity, but I haven't really balanced it much, so it really doesn't seem to do too much cost-wise. You just like that spot there, Patrick? Is that your new spot? Like, you have to come to me, huh? Okay. I might move that light farther away so he can't get caught. I just want to get to the third phase. He starts launching himself all over the place all crazily. And that thing is hard for him to get by. He summons these little minions. Oh, there's a Patrick. Oh no. Ah. Ow. Mean. All trying to hide from Patrick, and Patrick's like, nope. There's no hiding from you, sucker. I'll take screenshots too. In the menu. I do this for funsies. Oh. You're a dick, Patrick. Oh. Collision on the weapon's not that good. Ow. He fell through the wall and died. Okay, bye-bye, Patrick. Also got to start in parkour stuff, because why not have parkour, right? I have to replace all these boxes with something else, I just haven't done it yet. Apparently I also can't jump very well. But anyway, get kind of an idea of where things are going with the game. If you're interested, I'll show you the mechanics too, things like that, yeah. Kind of give everyone like the same spiel. Soon I'll have another fight, and I won't have to give everyone exactly the same spiel, because I'll do that fight. Any desk is winning the battle against my feet. I think I'll adjust it real fast. 1 second. Camera something. Good to go. Kind of not very focused. Low quality? A little better. Yes. Go get myself my creative aid. Maybe I'll work on levels in a bit here. I don't know. Technically, I'm building levels anyway, just optimizing. Migrate this down a little bit. See. Copy nav mesh. No one liked nav meshes. I should have covered the light problem too. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do this thing that's been bugging me forever. Now that I'm redoing this wall anyway, I can put leaves on this. Okay, I'm just saying, it's just been bugging me for ages. Technically, this probably should have leaves on it too, but it kind of shows the way out of the room, so nah. Yeah, just having this. I'm allergic to wall designs, apparently. Do not question it. Often and hacking for no reason. Basically dying, but... I always thought the monitor radiation make me go blind. That's what they always told me, but no, apparently just dying. It's more exciting. I don't think that's actually more exciting. That's actually kind of terrible. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this world proc grid because it's an abomination. It must be stricken from this world. I know it's just the default thing. I'm just that guy. Only by removing it from the lands can we be truly free of its evil tyranny. Yes. And the fact that it must be loaded for every single project because it's so hard to get rid of it sometimes. Not that hard. Never mind. Anyway, brushes it is. 46 brushes left. I'm almost halfway. Almost there. Almost the chosen one. Oh, no. Do I care about this? I don't want to do that one yet because I might want to change it up. Move these to the safari room. Actually, this is the hidden grotto. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of them ended up in the magician room for some reason. Probably just copy pasted the same one over and over and it was originally in there. Oh, this one. So many problems with this one. I'm probably keeping this particular thing. Unfortunately, it's pretty narrow for what I can fit in there, which kind of sucks, but... I have to fine-tune this one. So how close is it on this wall? Literally sticks in. Okay. 7.6. Yes. Not 76. 7.6. Yes. It's a much better number. Yes. It's fine. Oh. Does it go in the ceiling? A little. Does it go into the floor? A little. That's pretty good. Alright. The thing about being a tiny doll is that we'll actually see if the floors don't match. And so much of the level design is based around these things, so you do have to kind of get it a little more perfect than normal. Oh, I'm just gonna group these. I'm gonna group on them. All adjacent. 10 and 10. Perfect. And then create a static mesh. I've been kind of dreading doing this because I know how long it takes, because I did it once before on a map that I got rid of because it didn't really mesh with what I wanted. The new map is so beautiful by comparison. I don't regret the other map being gone. This map is so much closer to what I envisioned. Yes. So SM Maker's Workshop. Oh, the stairwell, right? Stairway? Stairway. I know this is the most riveting of content, handed down through many generations of riveting content, from a time when all content was viral. Oh, maybe. I'm sure some people find it interesting. If you don't know how to use geometry brushes, if you've never seen them before in Unreal Engine, they're truly something that is just mind-blowing. It blew my mind. I was like, wow, really? Really? And from that point on, I was hooked. Let's go into Hidden Grotto. Oh, Hidden Grotto's on 3. For this. I'm just gonna save myself some time and first off unselect that and move these to Sally's room. Where it is? Ah, this is Hidden Grotto Sally's room. Or this one, you there too? I will put him in Sally's room, it's fine. Thanks for the follow, TTRS. Surely but surely, I will reach the promised land. Admittedly, I think like 6 people have actually followed and unfollowed during that time, so they count. There was that person who was very interested in, how do you put it? Putting into the microphone. I was like, the things that people ask. I mean, you come by the stream, someone's building a game, and that's what you ask them. I directed them to someone in a hot tub with an account that has the initials of O and F. I was like, here's where you should go. I thought it was funny. I don't get out much. Take whatever amusing things people tell me. Also, one spammer, I haven't seen him in a while, but he would sit there and spam this message about basically like, you know, the abyss and, you know, doom and gloom and contemplating life and things like that. I'm just like, huh. I used to have deep philosophical conversations with myself about him. I guess to him, but he wouldn't really listen. Sometimes you just gotta say things. It's so easy to just keep talking. Talking? Maybe not that. This is a dining room wall. I don't know if I'm gonna move these doors. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this room yet, so I think it's kind of currently gonna sit as it is, even though I kind of want to get rid of as many as possible. The stairway plus both these are in the hidden grotto. Sure. Thanks, Fernando. About 9 months. I'm kind of also learning Unreal Engine in the process. I did learn more about it beforehand, but I took a big break. Health problems. And yeah. I mean, this room looks great at night. That's when the whole thing's supposed to be. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta select the non-static mission thing. Yeah, this room is fun to look at. There's like a whole underwater world here too. I don't already see the underwater world. Need to put some lights down here. I guess these plants could grow on the wall. I think I just want lights. Maybe not. Maybe these might be cool. I'll put some down here to remind myself to do it. But if you're curious, some of the other mechanics that are available. There's going to be 22 different major mechanics because there's 22 of the major arcana in the tarot. Then the other tarot, like the minor ones, will act as upgrades. So the puzzles in this game, a lot of them work around you using things like the magician to open up, you know, drawers and things to get places. I actually had a bunch of rooms like this, but I actually got rid of the rooms and need to make new ones. I just decided those rooms weren't cool. So they went back to the chopping block, but this one's been the prime example of how to do it for a while. This is my outside world. Got a steampunky city. Magician lets you turn on lights too. I might change that later. I haven't decided yet. Interesting that that's not like flush there. Interesting. Fair enough. One of the mechanics is that if you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, which lets you power all your tarot cards. However, you lose your sanity because the curse is slowly killing you. So to counteract that, you have to do be in the light. I was gonna have a tougher enemy, I haven't put him in yet. there's various keys around it like that to get to places, but I have all these blocks out here so you can actually see where to do jumps and stuff. I'm probably going to hide them. I haven't decided what I'm going to do exactly how I'm going to do it, but you won't normally see these blocks. Probably. Unless I find something that's block-like to go there. There's also a ghost who lives in the paintings. She haunts all the paintings. And she lets you travel through paintings in order to get to the painting world, which can connect to other paintings. After you unlock a painting, you can actually get to different places. But you can also rescue toys by sending them here, and then if you rescue them, they do stuff. This is like a liminal space, basically. This is the resident waifu, i.e. the ghost that lives in the paintings. My Discord really likes her. That's what I gotta say about it. She has a whole icon line. But boing boing. Anyway, that mechanic exists. I'll drop a nav mesh down here. This is me taking a slight break from doing all the brushes. If you're wondering why I'm so happy to just take a break, I've been at that for hours. It's mostly just me making all the walls and everything perfect. The game's only like 10 to 15% done. I'm not going to say any more than that. Like it's got a lot to go. But I'm going to keep streaming working on it, so, you know, anyone who swings by. I aim for like October of next year to have it done. I work a full-time job, so we'll see. Oh yeah, you can take screenshots, so. One of my favorite screenshots is if it's exploding. There you go. Exploding blood things like that. I don't get out much. It's one of the other weapons I have. Fires bubbles. It traps enemies. When the bubble pops, they fall to the ground again. The pop noise is very satisfying. I enjoy it immensely. This is the Hierophant room. There's cursed objects in the game, or I guess possessed is the best way to put it, and if you try to use them with them, they'll just kind of do weird things. Can't really do much with them. But if the Hierophant's active, they become essentially platforms. They just move to wherever they're supposed to be, and that's where they're at. If the Hierophant runs out, it will throw you to the ground, and you will be sad. Having clearly made a poor judgment choice in running out of power. I also failed to jump. That's okay. Yeah, there's like big platforming things up there. Guess I could actually run the full thing there. I'm playing with a keyboard and a mouse, and all I have to say is I should probably just grab the controller, but I didn't do that. Oh, actually, I have full sanity, so it's not going to help to do that. Problem is I didn't have full curse at the start of this. I better hurry up and get to the place where I can get my curse back or I'm screwed. Okay, right here I get my curse back. Very important. There's a light shift to show you we're actually in the dark like that. I'm trying to find a good way to indicate being under the effects of the curse and not without it being obnoxious. I've tried things that make, you know, go from the screen getting way darker, you know, the screen getting fuzzy and weird as you go crazy or things like that. Like, The problem is all of them make the game hard to play and not very fun. So it's like, Boing, boing. 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 And the soft side. Right there. This is my Annabelle reference. I don't know if you know anything about Annabelle, but this is the message that is on her box. I haven't actually put the full model in there. This is actually just a picture that turns. I do actually have a model for this character. She'll be in the game eventually. It's something terrifying. I want to increase their curse recovery. There's no balancing on the game at the moment, so what works and what doesn't work is... everything is subject to change, which is why I say it's like 10-15%, because yeah, once I make all the game and the levels and all that and all the mechanics, which I've made a lot of the mechanics already, that's how you get the key to the next area. Yay! This room. Not fun. Yeah, I'll have to do all the balancing for stuff, so... Also, the weapons don't vanish when she dodges, which I probably should factor into. Yeah, that kind of covers a lot of the things that are most apparent. I mean, double jump is in there already. The Emperor is in there, which lets you go into... it protects you from areas that are naturally would normally kill you, like underwater. Poppet's a sack doll, so if you dump a sack doll in water, it would basically just inflate like a balloon or just soak up all the water and not really be able to move. You can also fall pretty far because she's a sack doll, so, you know, not really going to hurt her to fall particularly. I guess at a certain level it would. If she was made out of porcelain, it'd be a very different world. Porcelain, she is not. I actually tried to make a porcelain version of her, because I made Poppet, and, you know, you look terrible. There you go, that's my explanation. She looked absolutely terrible as porcelain. I was like, oh. So sad. Oh, this is the second floor negative? Oh, this thing is a mess. This whole floor is a mess. Ugh, I don't know what to do with this floor. It's such a mess. Everything is just like broken pieces of everything. I might redo that whole floor. I am going to redo that whole floor. I just put stuff where things are going to be. Do that now, I guess. One of the other options is to simply take one of the other floors that already exists and just expand it. Well, the first floor is not finished either. Ah, yes. Long live Chaos has returned. Speaking of that guy. Mostly exists to mess with my Twitch goal thing. Yeah, it is. Go ahead and... So, I thought I had a full floor already made. I do. If that's the case, why can't I expand it out? Not that much. I'm gonna do this like 1.1, and then I'm just gonna change the bottom one again. This floor's not that much bigger than the others, but if I can save myself all the trouble, like, I can always mess with it later. I don't super care if it's beautiful right now. And then I just make this one a 1. And then I just ditch a lot of this crap, because it looks terrible anyway. Honestly, it's almost too big. Oh, the difference on this is not that high. 0.3. I guess it's all about a question of just how big we're talking here, you know? Like, what is it really? I don't need that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not even brushes. These are just walls that are crap. Oh, okay. This needs to be moved way back. All right. All right. I might put a bunch of windows in there too. This floor is just going to be different sized in general. That's not terrible. All these original walls I made from the previous building that I just left here to make something, and I guess technically I could all... Well, everything got resized in a weird way. I'm just going to delete all the crap. We'll get to it. What's the chat? Wait. Okay, there was gonna be a door here, and then I got rid of the door. It does not need to be. Honestly, just having it be brick isn't terrible either. Or I can also just make this whole thing metal. I'm all for simplifying things quite a bit. Like, I just metal this portion of the building like I was originally going to do. And then I can just fill in part of the thing there. Also, I move this really far forward. Probably too far forward when you think about it. Yep, definitely a mess. I might want to put something here. I'm going to leave those windows there just as a representation that I want something there. I just don't know what. Looks like I got rid of most of the crap. I could still use the same window setup and it shouldn't be too bad. I'm just going to make it a little different. And then I'm going to sit there and blockade out these front windows that are behind the sign, I imagine. Which is probably pretty easy. I can probably just do a flat plane right behind the sign. So there's like an extra thing here. That's fine. You want some area with gears and stuff too, but not sure what to do with it. There's a clock pack I want that has like all these working clocks with like, you know, diodes and things like that, you know. Steampunky clocks and just, you know, grandfather clocks, like actual clock faces, things that keep time and stuff that actually move, which turns out most steampunk stuff does not have that. Kind of annoying. Oh, I forgot to turn my microphone back on. Sometimes I forget these things. Not question. You can question if you want, it's fine. Who doesn't want to question? I botched this here, but that's fine. Or Ah, okay, this is the walls itself. That's because I had to make the first floor different, because it has doors. The other floors obviously don't have doors to the outside world. I did consider a fire escape, but with the way I built the building, it doesn't have a lot of space for a fire. I might still make something and then just have it cap off like around here, and then you just gotta jump the last 2 floors, because, you know, listen, the building's on fire, you can jump 2 floors down. You'll probably break a, you know, ankle or something, but it's a small price to pay for not dying. How do I feel about this thing here? I mean, it's like it hits a weird area. I might need to put some sort of lip around the building or something, because this one floor does stick out way more than the other floors. So the whole point of this is to figure out how all these are going to go. Or at least make it where I don't have to deal with them for a little while. I hate this track because there's a project that I was working on that I actually liked the project, but it just didn't really go very well, and this was like the battle music for it. I both like and hate the track. I will finish that game. It had a good idea. It just had problems. Yeah, maybe I just leave it as it is for now. Yeah, I'll leave it as it is for now. Ah, yes. Long live Chaos got you as well, huh? Fair. I need to reset my follower account because, like him and some other people will randomly follow me and then unfollow. And the follower account doesn't, the follower goal thing, it doesn't, subtract when someone leaves. I really have 31 followers, not 38. Gotta love them spam. I'll fix it off stream or something like that. I mean, I wish I was at 38. That'd be awesome. I think I'm doing pretty well given, you know, how little time I've actually been on Twitch. I don't mind. It's a great community here. Maybe the best choice is, since I stream to both it and YouTube, there's always someone to talk to. I'm tempted to pay the money so I can stream to Rumble and Kick at the same time as well. Because you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to move this little peg thing I've left here for a million years, because I just thought about it. I was like, little peg thing has been here forever. As a reminder that I might want to use it. I think I'm going to use it. Oh, am I going to use it in here? They don't really match. I want to use it as a jumping thing somewhere. It will now reside over here. Just so I remember it exists, because these seem like they'd be really good for jumping over something. I don't know what, though. It's better if it's square, because if it's square, then I can make it easy to jump on top of. I have some plans, I just don't know what for those yet. Anyway, these should all be in the Poly records. I almost want this to have some sort of bigger view. Like, I want to redo this one floor here to have a giant glass view of the outside world. That might happen. I don't really want to redo the floors because it's a big pain to redo the floor, but how cool would it be if you had this room where you wander through here and instead of it being, you know, just the usual thing you expected, there's like a giant viewing window of the outside world. I don't hate it. But I did not account for that. So maybe that's something I'm going to do. It's going to be a huge amount of work to do it. Well, I'm going to think about it. I'm going to restructure this room here. This whole wall here is just a travesty. Because it sticks out of the building. Yes. Thanks for the follow, Unreal Noob. How's your day going? Are you partaking in the game, Dev? Oh. No luck on the camera, huh? That's so weird. Like, when you physically move the camera on the blueprint, it doesn't adjust anything? Like, I didn't think an orthographic camera had a restrictor like that. I mean, maybe it does. Have you considered just switching it to like a perspective camera and then moving it to an orthographic angle? There should be an option in the camera to switch between orthographic and not, right? It's like a default thing in a camera. Let me check. Pretty certain it is, but pretty certain and actually certain are two very different things. Yeah, that's what I would do. I just literally reposition the camera all the time that way. And it's weird, like, the thing about Unreal Engine that I've found is the more you can use it like it's, you know, made to build Fortnite, the better off you are. Because it was made to build Fortnite. So everything's geared around that. And if you try to do anything that isn't Fortnite, then you start running into some random little issues because it wasn't really built for that type of game. You can make it. But a lot of their pre-made stuff is really geared around Fortnite. So I found their orthographic, you know, stuff kind of crap. It's fine, I guess. The first person stuff's okay. That's really just moving the camera forwards. It's not really much different than, you know, the same things as Fortnite, so that one doesn't make much difference. But if you want to make some sort of a game where you lock the player in place like an RPG, where the old school like JRPGs, it'll take a lot more work. But to be fair, Unreal Engine's, you know, not really known for doing all the work for you. It just makes a lot of things really easy to make things really pretty. If you want your thing to be pretty, Unreal Engine has your back. Other things, I don't know. I don't want this girl to be more goth than anything else. I might change it up. I was gonna make her area kind of pretty. Now I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Maybe just her room itself at the pretty factor. I was gonna put this wallpaper on everything. That's good. It's the little things in life. The small victories. Oh my gosh, sometimes there have definitely been some real head scratchers in my Unreal Engine time here that I'm just like, wow, really? The worst head scratchers have largely been revolved around controller support and menus. Okay, now I found a great plugin that solves the problem, But before that plugin, support for menus, like UI stuff for controllers, is an abomination in this engine. It is so bad. Oh my god. So much work to make controllers work. Jesus. But you gotta learn common UI to pull it off. Well, a lot of times for the level blueprint, it depends on how you're going to trigger it. If you're going to use like a trigger box to trigger something, just put it out in the world, like, you know, say you're walking into a room and you want a cutscene to trigger, then you put it in the level blueprint. If you're going to have it like some sort of interactable, say like it's an actual pad on the ground that you jump on, then you want to put that in its own little actor blueprint. And the reasoning largely for it is because then you can easily just kind of copy and paste it everywhere. You can do it with the trigger box as well, but you'll have to manually place all the meshes and then put the trigger box on top of it and then do the level blueprint. That's a lot more work. You don't want to do that. But, you know, you have like a little jump pad, just move it around. Great. I actually don't put very much in the level blueprint. The thing about it is that the level blueprint is always in the memory. So if you have that blueprint reference a lot of things, those now have to always be in the memory, and I don't like that. I'd rather just trigger various timelines and things like that with it, or change variables. Sure. The trick to doing a lot of those things like that is when you figure out your vector for the angle you want to do, promote it to a variable and then set that variable to be I guess like, yeah, say you have a vector like that, just make it instance editable, and you can then change that variable per thing. Like, to give you an idea of me changing a thing like that, each of these windows here has various instance editable things. Like, I'll open one up and you can see. Right? So on this I have the blacked out thing here. Blacked out is instance editable. It's in the construction script. If you put something in construction script, it will change in the editor itself. Not just during game. It doesn't change during gameplay. It changes just right here. So blacked out says, you know, if it's blacked out, then this thing becomes visible, and if not, then it isn't. And it's just a black screen. So if I black it out, I click that, and look, you see now it's blacked. You can't see through it. Or I have one for it being open, which if you'll see, I have can be opened, and then if it can't be open, if it can be opened, this doesn't appear. But if it can't be opened, the hex grid appears, and the hex grid is literally just like this. This will stop it so they can't be opened. It's my indicator, and then it is open. But I have a thing. If it's open, it does nothing if it's false. But if it's open, it sets the relative location of the mesh window here to a z of 50. It's a relative location, so it's relative to everything else. If you set world location, then it would set to actual 50, and that's weird. You want to add to its world location if you do that. But yeah, like, you just do these things and just make them instance editable. And then each and every individual one, like, say, let's say I changed this one to blacked out, but if you look over here, these haven't been changed. Like I said, this one's open, and this one's not open. This one is now unable to be open, so it's got a thingy on it. As you can see, like, you don't, this one has like all, like, is those same time. Now you see I can just do that. I make a lot of things instance editable. So this way I can just keep changing things all the times I want without having to, you know, make them all crazy. Like, I have the emissives on each of these instance editable too. So if I want one light to be way brighter, way brighter. It can be. I don't want that, but it can be. Sometimes I want to tweak the numbers a bit because it just kind of messes with some things. So I end up doing that with a mist and things like that. Did this have things like that? This thing has all kinds of things here. You can change the mesh. I made the mesh instance editable. I made the scale of it instance editable. It can shrink, it can float on water, whether or not it's movable. Like, does it count as a drawer? I mean, all sorts of weird things just instance editable because this thing is really complicated. As you can see, it does so many different toys. Probably too complicated. They actually do float in water. I just don't have any water to float in at the moment. But I was on a real kick for making things that were very, where you could just change options and recycle the same thing over and over. Like the collectibles. You see each of the collectibles has a scale. You can, if it adds a variable amount of something, you can, a rotation, a location. If it's temporary, it'll just vanish. Is it rotating? You know, what type of item it is. And this is dictates whether or not Poppet has it, because she just has a variable map with 2 different strings, anything like that, and everything checks against that variable map to see if she has an item. That's it. That's her inventory. 1 variable map. I started having all these things there, and it's like, cool, I just changed things out. Like, okay, well, instead of being this arrow thingy, it is now one of these. Rotating. I don't have a new rotation of this. Or just defaults like that, and then, yeah, that's the new collectible. Why is the new collectible? I'm obviously going to change it back in a second, but... you know. And look, now it's rotating around all crazy, and... I can collect it. Yay! Can I do that really fast? As far as where instance editable is, go to any variable over here and you'll see instance editable as a thing. Also, as a bonus, if you click expose on spawn, it'll actually move it to the top of the list. I'm just saying, it's very helpful. I do that a lot. Sometimes you can even have a 3D widget. And the 3D widgets have their own little fun things here, because if you use a 3D widget, then when you go to mess with it in the editor, it will create little things here. So like I have when I want to spawn the actor, I can move this little widget around and that's where the actor spawns. Because I made it an instance editable thing. So if I want the actor to spawn there, I do that. It does. Same thing with these spline things. The spline locations are all instance editable too. These things are like, this spawner is like the goods. Is it a second and then she'll spawn it over there. See? I wanted to spawn in the center of this, obviously, but you know. This is obviously only useful if you plan on, you know, something that would, like a transform or something, you know, like a location of some sort. It's not terribly useful for other stuff. Other stuff I don't think needs to have these. Like, I don't even know why I did a 3D widget on these, because they're just obnoxious, and I'm probably going to edit those out. Spawn trigger scale. I thought it'd be cooler than it was. It turned out it was not. Spawn trigger scale. No 3D widget. Bad. No. Bad. It's annoying. It's actually kind of hard to click the initial things, which is why I'm getting rid of some of these extra things here. Blind starting locations. Yeah, sure. I moved those. Yeah. Now you know. what you're doing is you're promoting, like where you want to launch them, right? Like, make a vector. Like when you're doing, like, say at the launch character command, we'll say you're using that. On launch character, it will use. Oh, never mind. That's not a. It has to be a character that has it. Otherwise, I won't appear. The launch character. Can't type. Is often a way people do it. And what this does is you want to take, like, say, like this launch velocity here, and promote that to the variable, right? Make that instance editable. And then when you go to change it, you'll just change the launch velocity. Now, I wouldn't want to do it on Poppet here, but let's say I want to make a jump thingy. Oh, chaos returns. Okay, so let's make a jumper thingy. Why not? What am I going to use as my jumper thingy? I don't know. Yeah. Instead, I mean, each one can launch a different amount. So I'm going to make a new thing here. We're going to call it launcher. Do I want to put under these things here like that? Movable objects, platforms. Guess I don't have a launchers yet. Cool, let's make launchers. Launchers. I'm gonna want myself a new blueprint here. And just a regular actress, acceptable. DP launcher. I'm gonna call it a parent because I'm gonna make it the chosen one. Alright. Let's give it a static mesh. Here. And you know, let's give it a box or something like that. So I guess a box collision is fine. Okay. Yeah, let's give it a static mesh. It doesn't super matter what it is. Find a something. What would be a fun bouncy toy? Not a gift box, that's weird. Nothing in those. That's a terrible choice. Magic Forest. Mushroom? I guess I don't have a bouncy mushroom yet. How's that look? Huge. Fine. Whatever. So let's make it a small bouncy mushroom. 0.3. Tiny bouncy mushroom. Oh, you know what? I have a better idea. Never mind. Well, do I want a bouncy mushroom? I was gonna say I could actually make a pipe that blows her up. I shoot her in the air. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I want one of those. Don't mind me. I have a plan. My plan is based upon I just made it up right now. I'm going to search for pipe because I am lazy. And I'm going to search for a static mesh because I'm doubly lazy. Any of these will get the job done. Sure, this is fine. Oh, I guess I deleted the static mesh. Oh, whatever. Sure. Ruined my name. Static mesh. Rotate it. I'm wanting to launch her up because, you know, why not? I'm gonna shrink it. I'm gonna give it a particle. Let's go with smoke, I guess. Because why not? dog smoke? Are you good? Looks good. Not perfect, but sure. Cool. Should have been probably a sphere for this one. That's okay. So let's say it jumps to this here. Cool. And, you know. On component begin overlap. How many reactor has tag? Because Poppet has the tag Poppet, so if it doesn't have that, this is so other things hitting it don't go flying necessarily. You are, of course, welcome to do whatever you want on it, to be honest, is perfectly fine. You know, yeah. Can I do a launch character off that? I don't think I can. I might have to do an interface. I'm being lazy. Can I be lazy? I can just get the player character. Launch velocity. Let's see if it is that true. Sure. And then this is where I'm going to promote it to a thingy. Oh yeah, like actor tags is awesome. The other one you can do, if they have an interface, you can give them an interface here by making your own interfaces there. So I have all these interfaces. I have to give them interactables, the interface, and I can go, okay, well, does implement interface. And if they have that interface, the one I choose, then it would work. I could do BPI interactable. And anything with the interactable would then do that. And trigger. Interfaces are awesome. The way they work is pretty simple. You make an interface by simply going to this thing here and be like, you know, I guess I'll take it over in my interfaces. Blah, 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 interface. Blueprint interface. I usually call them a BPI, and we'll just say whatever for this one. Oh yeah, I don't like casting. So, name a function whatever you want. In this case, it would be like, you know, call this like, you know, launch character or something. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. We'll call it launch character, whatever. Or launch, sure. So what this does is anyone who has this interface can now use the launch thing to communicate to each other. So let's say I want to do this here, and I'll give it like a parameter thing here as like it'll send in the input of should launch character. Launch character. And then over here, you can have an output of, you know, the same if you want, whatever. But then if you go, and we'll do the same. So, oh, I guess I can't name it the same. Let's say stuff. Doesn't matter. Whatever I want to call it. So now we take the whatever thingy. And let's say I give Poppet the whatever. You go to class settings and then interfaces. She has every interface under the sun. Pretty much. Okay, now she has the BPI whatever on her. Okay. Well, now she has a function herself here, and it was called launch, right? From interfaces here. And it'll just take this information here, and then you can do something with it, and then she can send stuff back if she wants, whatever she wants to send back. So, you know, I can go, okay, well, I'll just do a print string here. Well, actually, we'll just print, we'll print string. Just simply so you can see what happens here. Launch me, baby. And now, there's any way you can get a reference to the thing allows you to access it. So let's say we're on this launcher here. On its event begin play, I'll just do this here. We'll have it, you know, get the player character because you can always access the player character. And we'll send a message. It's just called launch. And the whatever message here, okay? Now, if it can't find the player character, it'll do nothing. I can also send this information over too if I want. If I send that, that's a thing. So, sure. So now I'll put one of these in the level. Because it's an event begin play, you'll see that it'll just automatically send the information over to her. And you can put lots of function on there. You don't have to do one, and each function can have different stuff and everything like that. I have so many of them. And you see what happened? It told her to launch me, baby. Like, she knows because she was told to do that. This is obviously not going to work yet because I didn't tell it to launch the character yet. But you see what that does is it makes it so that you can send information. And okay, and now I can do this, like, let's say this, I go over to Poppet and I'll be like, okay, well, cool. And I can just launch character. Self. And we'll launch her like 500 into the air. And I can be like, did it launch? And be like, this here. And I can go back to the launcher and be like, okay, well, what did this say? And I can print string that. You don't have to have this this recurring thing. If you don't have this recurring thing, you can actually put it on the regular blueprint thing and not have it as a int function. But if you have a return, it has to be a function. Now you know. Now when I start up, apparently it didn't launch character. I know launch character. Alright, because she was on the ground and she can't launch when she's on the ground. 1 second. 1 moment, please. Delay. And if they both have the interface, they can just send it back and forth. Just send like pen pals. Wait like 10 seconds and I'll strike myself on the ground instead of in the air. That should cause me to launch. Launch velocity, target self, blah blah blah. How old is the overrider? I don't know why launch characters being so finicky, but launch characters often finicky because it applies a certain amount of force and direction, and if there's a counter force, then the counter force will overrule it. We're waiting? We're waiting? Not launch? There we go. Notice I got thrown in the air. It wasn't much of a launch. But we'll make it larger. But the thing is when you cast to a character or cast to a player like that, it will that means that whenever that thing is loaded, it also has to load anything it casts to, or it won't work. So that means if everything casts to the player, then it becomes huge whenever it's loaded. Like the player will load all these other things. Like, yeah, look at that, she got launched. See? Perfect. But now here's the thing. Why did I make that? Okay. Well, let's go over to here. And instead of sending this worthless crap over, let's send a vector over. We'll call this launch velocity instead. And I'm just gonna leave the stuff thingy. I don't need the stuff thingy, but I'm leaving it for now because why not? Okay. So now, instead of launch character here like this, I can go, that's cool, bro. Let's drag this over here. Let me remove this launch character because I changed that. So you can refresh the node in order to do that. You right click and then select refresh node to remove weird errors like that. And this is where we promote this to a variable. I already did that, so I don't need to do it again, but you know. Let's take the launch velocity here. And now we're gonna make this instance editable. Cool. I'm gonna give it a default of like, you know, like 3000 or something, just cause. So I don't have to change them all unless I want to. I'm also gonna expose it on spawn so it appears at the top, just because I'm being lazy. What don't you like? Oh, I need to refresh this node too. That's what happens when you change things like that. You have to refresh them. So don't do this anymore. No more event begin play. No. I'm also gonna scale this whole thing up because, you know, it's tiny. And I don't like it tiny. Okay. Now there's this thing here. I'll obviously make the particle look better and place it better later, but for purposes of this testing, Ew. 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 There you go. And see, and Poppet's the one who actually has the thing there. And now, anybody else can, you know, do exactly the same command, right? Like anything else can call launch and have the player character be the target for it, and then just send a velocity over, and you know, Poppet will be like, all right, and get launched in the air. And only she needs the interface. If you put the interface on this too, then she can call it back, but unless I want to launch the launcher, which I could do, yeah. Well, let me show you. All right, so this is the size map for this thingy. It's not very big, right? It just shows the launcher parent. It's 14.5 megabytes. And you can see that it's, you know, making use of the smoke, you know, that's the particle on there and the pipe thing. Okay. You know, at the begin play here, we're just gonna go ahead and, you know, cast. So, I'm gonna cast to Vile. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Who am I casting to? I was gonna cast one of the player characters here. Blah, 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 blah. Actually, we'll get active. Well, cast to... Tree. Okay, we'll cast BP Voodoo. There we go. I guess I did another one wrong in there. I'm a like get actor of class. Oh, yeah. Sure. Why not? What I'm doing is I'm tying this to there. So now, I guess I don't actually have to cast this because technically this is also a way to cast. It's get actor of class will cast to it as well. Cool. That's neat. Great, huh? Yeah, this is the memory usage. And now let's look at the BP launcher parent. You see where it casts to this big, huge monstrosity thing, this unoptimized mess? And now it is 2.1 gigabytes to do it? Do you see where that was terrible? That's why you don't cast, if you can avoid it. Like, if you have to, like, you know, having Poppet cast to her own HUD, that is fine. She needs her HUD every time. She's always going to have that. Having her cast to the game mode, also fine, because the game mode is always going to be loaded when she is loaded, because there wouldn't be a game without the game mode. The player controller, again, the same thing. These things she's going to use anyway, so casting them is fine. I still don't usually, but yeah, if it's always loaded, you can get away with it. Just be careful, because, you know, if you have like a game mode that's different on one level, and then you cast to a particular game mode, then you'll always have that game mode loaded. And you really want to try to avoid that kind of crap. I recommend interfaces. I basically don't use any casting if I can avoid it. The only time I ever cast to something is if I need to test something really fast and I'm too lazy to do an interface, but even then it doesn't take that long to do. So I usually don't do that. Well, clearly I don't like that. But just this one node, because I cast to that. No matter what you cast to, because, I mean, get actor class is the same as casting to that thing too. It would give me the value of the thing like that in case I want to use it as a variable. Like I could promote it to a variable and then I have access directly to these things. If you really want to do something like that, you can like get all actors of class with tag. I believe is the one. We're just gonna do actor, right? And you can actually get all the actors like this. And then that would give you access to like Poppet. But if you check the size map, it doesn't add. It still gets access to Poppet because I didn't directly reference her. It's only when you completely directly reference something that it loads like that. So if you just can like get a roundabout way of doing it, it's fine. It's also event dispatchers, but I like interfaces better. I mean, to each their own. It's a whole other conversation that I think is a lot more complicated. Yeah, pretty much. Getting those good habits early. I didn't. I made plenty of casts to the player character because every tutorial on YouTube is like, just cast to the player character. Yes, that works. It does. And then your game runs like crap because everything loads and the player character does. Yeah. Like I can take the voodoo thingy here, like this character here, this broken character, and I can give her a tag. Oh, my tags are on class defaults. She'll have the tag of voodoo. I copied her thing here, so. And you would then, where's my launcher at? Get all actors. The actors are just a thing out there, you know, like they're not a specific thing you're referencing, so you're not really worried about that. Actors are obviously always going to be loaded, so you're not like that. And then this will give you an array. Just get a copy is fine. And then on with the copy, I can go, okay, well, I'm print string this. And I'm going to convert the first position over. Let me put that person on the level. Okay, so we'll drag one of her out. Broken as she is. Put over here. We're gonna have a little fun with her too, because what I'm gonna do is I'm going to give her the launch thingy. Right? Because why not? Oh. Let's put a delay on this. Just guys. I want it to load before it does anything. Alright. So let's look at the position 0 in the array. I'll do this, and then I want it to launch. Let's do launch the message. Where are you? Launch message. There we go. And I'm gonna take this thing here. I'm gonna just drag it over here. I don't need to promote it right now. I don't care about that. And then I'm gonna take the launch velocity here. I can do a different one if I want to, but for purposes of this, I'm just gonna accidentally copy paste it onto the thingy instead of copy pasting it out here. Okay, I'm just gonna drag it. Don't be like that. Because I technically am still accessing that. Fair enough. Okay. Now to make this work, if they don't have an interface, it'll do nothing. Like it'll try to call them and nothing will happen. But you can have the interface, right? Or whatever interface. Okay. So in theory, I mean I didn't botch something somewhere. It should launch her. In theory. Oh. I forgot one very important thing. It found her. That's cool. But just because you give them the interface doesn't do anything by itself. You have to actually give her something to do with that information. Basically, she needs the launch thing there. In this case, I'm going to do what I'm supposed to because I didn't change this on there. I need to change this on Poppet too. I'm at it. The whole point of sending this information over is then that means it can send a different launch velocity to Poppet each time. So that's why you change that there. So it gives, you can send information or pen pal messages. So we do that here with this one. And she's just going straight up. Yeah, you gotta remember to actually give the function something like that because the function doesn't transfer over. That's okay. Be waiting, boing, boing, I'm bored and weedy. See? It launched her, and yet, if you look at the size map for the thing, oh, there's a... or whatever. Weird error with some the animation system, but that's not what matters. But if you go over to this, the launcher thing, let me find the regular launcher. I can show you. Where are you, launchers in my thingies? I'll bring up the size map for this. And you can see that it's still that. Like, it's able to like, communicate with her without actually needing to reference her. The actors of class is with tag is very good. Because you can just call an actor, and an actor is basically just about every blueprint under the sun that sits in the physical world, of, you know, like out in the 3D world, that they're all actors, so calling actors is nothing. Like, of course actors are loaded, duh. So it doesn't treat that, you didn't specifically reference it. It's not a hard reference, like a soft reference. Yeah, it's basically a soft reference. Yeah, there you go. That's how you make a launcher, and that's how you launch other characters. Now, you could, because you have a reference to the player character, you could actually just put that on the launcher. You didn't actually need to send it over to Poppet. You could actually just on the launcher, you know, get player character, launch character, and it'd be the same thing. This is mostly if you want to send information over, or you want, like, you know, the character to do something special on there, like you want the character to play an animation or do something. It's a lot easier to do that on the character. Or maybe you want to adjust variables on the character, you know, whatever. You've sent information the character knows. And the character will perform whatever is in that function when it's told to reference that function. So I use interfaces for, like, everything. Like, there's a... I'm probably going to get rid of the whatever interface and put it all on a different interface, but that's a different story entirely. So, well, first off, I don't need this anymore. I don't need to reference these. I'm not looking to launch that character every time this goes, but now you know how it works. But oh yeah, like I made a whole project, and like I cast all these times and had no idea what I was doing because I was following YouTube tutorials, and they're just like, do this, do this. I'm like, okay. I didn't know any better. No one explained that to me. I had to leave it like that. But you can see where suddenly this one has a whole lot of things it does. It just sends information all over the place because I need it. And they don't have to do anything necessarily. Like, you know, if I just want to send a thing that says start a function, I can just name the function whatever I want, and I don't need an input or output. As a bonus, if you make one that doesn't have a name, like, well, I do my whatever one again here. New function. It's going to call it my favorite function. Sure. I make this right, and if you don't actually put any kind of output on it, I can go over to, like, you know, one of my grids here and be like, okay, well, I'll do my favorite function and have an event for my favorite function. And then I can do anything I want off here, and it will just do it. So you can actually have it in on the actual graph itself. Yeah, I mean, I learned a lot by like hodgepodging tutorials. Like the first thing I did was I followed up make a game tutorial. Okay. And then I was like, okay, well, I want to do this thing. And that thing doesn't explain like how to make this, like, their version of the tutorial doesn't have this. So I find someone else's tutorial explains something. And now I should try to merge those tutorials. And you learn a lot doing that. It's like, okay, well, now I want to do this thing with it. Okay, I'll merge another tutorial into there. And that's how I learned a lot of it because, you know, following those tutorials won't teach you a lot. Trying to make all that crap work together will teach you a lot. Yes. Yes, there you go, see? Yeah, like watching tutorials on interfaces. I mean, I gave you the short version of it, but that will probably give you an idea of what you need to do. But you can definitely learn a lot, and it just lets you reference things. Like, as long as you can get a reference to your target, you can send anything anywhere. Oh, sure, anytime. If I know something, I'm happy to teach people it. I don't always know something, but, you know. Let me take a bio break real fast for like 2 minutes, and then I'll answer all that question. I've been drinking all this alcohol, and it's winning the fight, and I was just waiting to get done with this tutorial to go do that. I'll be right back. I have returned. I was just like, yep, I need to hurry this up. It's important. As far as my specs, I've got like two graphics cards. I have a 6700 XT and a 3060. I originally picked up the AMD thing, not realizing that certain things like DAS only use the 360, or actually only use the NVIDIA, and I was like, so the Unreal Engine stuff thing is running on the 6700 XT, which is like a 12 gigabyte card, and the streaming itself is running on the NVIDIA card because, well, the NVIDIA codec is way better. I can't remember what my processor was like this one. I can double check. I bought it ages ago. I'm using a AMD Ryzen 7 5700. 8 core, 16 thread. It's not bad. Not new or anything, but it was also pretty inexpensive at the time. Present, I'm rocking 64 gigs of RAM. Turns out you don't really need that much RAM. And yeah, got a couple monitors. It's kind of a beast computer for what it is. Having essentially 20 gigs of VRAM between the two does help. I'm too poor for a 47 or sorry 4090 at the moment. That's kind of expensive. It just forces me to have to do this weird optimization thing that people tell me about. Who does that optimize? Who does that? Whatever. Nobody optimizes things. Yeah. I mean, when I was deving, like I first tried Unreal 4 ages ago, like before I had a bunch of health problems, and by the time I came back, Unreal 5 was a thing. So I played for like, I think like 2 months or something like that. Not very long, maybe 3 months. And I was running like a 1060. And I was able to stream that and still play a game like in there and still get 60 FPS. Like UE4 was like so light by comparison. UE5 is not light. UE5 is very heavy, very, very heavy. 0 out of 10. Do not like. I like kind of. I'm just being weird. But yeah, I mean, I did a quick 2D test ages ago, and it's fine. Like the requirements are so low because it's basically the assets that you're using that dictate a lot of what you're gonna need to build your game or just to run your game in general. Like every other game you've ever played in your life. Turns out that the 2D games have really tiny assets and don't really require very much to run. But those AAA assets that you're like, salivating over, in fact, do require a lot of resources to run. It's funny how that works out, right? Just because you're building the game doesn't mean that it doesn't require a huge amount of, resources. New Testy Calls, how's it going? Yeah, high-res texture treatment is exactly that, It's, if you use, crappy resources, like not crappy, but lower end resources, you don't need the processing power. Very simple. Very easy. Yes. Yes. So, Basically, what I'm saying is don't get the entire Megascans library and start building your game with it. Okay? Just don't do it. There you go. You should claim the whole Megascans library from the Fab Marketplace. There's a button to click to get it all free right now, and it's only until 2025, so click the button, because you never know. Maybe someday you'll want it. So I find that the problem with the Megascans is either your game looks realistic. Exactly. If your game looks realistic, that's great. If it doesn't look realistic, the Megascans look terrible because they look realistic, so your game has to match the art style. So it basically prices you into making something that looks realistic, which is lame? Yeah, I don't like hyper-realistic games, to be honest. I like a bit of artistic style. You know, when I watch something like, you know, the God of War games, at no point did I believe those were real. There was still like a style to them. They looked cool. And I could believe that it was a real world, but it didn't look like, you know, I walk outside and see that. Yeah. You really gotta watch these things. You know, it's important. I might rename this to like the whatever, a launcher interface or something like that. Though we could put it interactable. Yeah. Oh, wait. Don't I have? Let me delete the. What are you doing? Okay. I think Poppet has a launched character already. I think I just made an extra for no reason. Oh, okay. And I split this up. And this is the launch away from actor, though. That's fine, I'll just leave it as is. I'm gonna work on my launcher, make it pretty. Oh, no. You did great, Unreal Noob. I'm happy to chat. Happy, you know, swung by. Happy you added to my follower account on Twitch. Yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow night in case you want more tips and things like that. And I'm pretty much following bestie calls here on the alcohol before, like, you know, start it, you know. You're good. Yeah, that Prime discount. That's the plan. As soon as I get it. As soon as I get affiliate. I get the instant discount on my own Amazon Prime. I sub to myself. Get half off my own Amazon Prime. The real goal. It's about aiming high, you know. That'll buy like 2 things of alcohol or something sweet. Oh yeah, definitely Testy. Which is great. I'll have to go hang out in that Discord too. Chat with people. Alright, catch you later, Unreal Noob. Yes, yes, and I will guess I will build a launcher. I don't even know why I needed a launcher. But I have one now, and I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna make it much cooler though. This sucks. This is not a very strong launcher, it's pretty boring. I have the technology. Oh, you know what I should do? I could be like, does implement interface. Does object, yeah. Do this, and then I can do the whatever one. And then this won't even waste time trying to send this command. If I don't actually have that, I could be like this, and then... But I'll do that. That's fair. I like dropping by places and saying hi and things. Goodness knows I can always use more people to talk to. I don't know if I want anything else to be launched besides, yeah, sure, why not? Anything with the whatever can do it. I'll probably rename it to something besides whatever later, but... Talk about bugs, teach me some other guy how to code. Got from me a guy called Graham. Nice, nice. I mean, you know, listen, if you're fixing bugs too fast, you gotta drink to slow it down. You'll run into bugs otherwise. It's not good. Not good. You can't do that. Nah. You gotta take it slow. Enjoy them bugs. Can't. That's fair. I mean, you know, that's how you sleep, right? You just drink enough and then it's good. Launcher is an abomination to be stricken from the world. I mean, free stuff is good. I mean, I use the geometry brushes to make all kinds of, you know, assets. All my hollow pipes come from that, right? I made all these interactable pipes and everything like that, or these like hollow pipes because of using the geometry brushes. Oh. Have I not shown you, like, geometry brushes yet? I've been working on them all night. I took a break to show people things. I was explaining Unreal Noob things, so I'm kind of tired of doing them, to be honest. You want to get technical, it was sorry. Alright, well, let me give you the crash course. I don't need this character on here anymore. So, let's pick a... it doesn't matter. This room's fine. Perfectly fine room. Place actors, there's the geometry right here. You've got assorted shapes. They give you some fun ones. Most of the time I end up using boxes. But you can use whatever you want. We'll just stick with boxes for purposes of showcasing this. You can click a side to give it a thing, or you can just give all the sides a thing. When we do this, like you click a side here and you can put an element here. Go find my way to do that. My favorite tiling meshes. Okay, so if I just put it on one side, it would do like that, and then that's a thing, that's cool, whatever. Or I can be like, I'll select all adjacent surfaces and then I can put it on all the sides. You can do this really fast. All sides, sure. Anyway, I've got that there. That's cool. Let's stretch it because, you know, what we want to do, not only that. Let's stretch it a bunch. And here's the thing, you know, most of the time when you stretch these, it leads to a problem if they don't look right, you know? Like, okay, that sucks. I'm gonna draw adjacent surfaces here. Oh, let's click aside here. All adjacent surfaces. And look, now it's like 10 and 10. Well, I want them to be like nice and even. Okay, so I'll make them like 10, 10, like that. And now it'll resize them like that. That's cool. Sure. Whatever. Let's make another little block here. I'm going to pick a different thing over here to use. We will use... It's bricks. Why not? It's fine. Okay, let's make another geometry thing here. And this one can be a cylinder. Why not? I'm gonna do the whole adjacent surfaces thingy so I can make the thing look better. We'll do 10 and 10 just so it's scales nice and neat. Cool. Now, if you move these two next to each other, they just kind of sit amongst each other. That's cool. But you can change the brush type to a subtractive. Now if you see, it actually creates a hole inside of it instead. And the hole is movable too, so you know, just in case you're like, oh, what am I gonna do? I move the hole around, sure. Let's say you want more than one. Look, now it creates multiple holes. Sweet. And the collision works too, so you know, you don't have to. Yeah. So you do these things. I just load them load. It takes forever to load things. And you'll see now it has collision. It's wonderful. Isn't that great? You jump on it, you do whatever you like. Maybe you don't like this, you know, size very much. You're like, ah, nah, I made it bigger. Okay, now it's like a little cave inside here. There's a bit of glitching because there's, you know, stuck in the ground, but I'll move these up a bit so they don't look weird. Make little stepping stones. Cool. Let's say I wanted more things in there. I'll grab like a box or something like that and do a negative box here. Cool. Let's do another negative one. Just for fun. I'm gonna extend it out. I'm gonna do it like this though. Now look, I have a little tunnel through here. That's exciting. I'm gonna select a surface on it, and then I'm gonna all of them, just so I can make it look. Just do the 10 and 10 thing, so it looks nicer. And I'll make it not go all the way in, right? Exactly. You can make whole things, but then I'll show you where it goes with it after that. Because you can turn these into static meshes too. Now if you look, I've got a whole little world in here. Pretty cool, huh? I'll fix this one here so that it doesn't look terrible. Let's make it 10 and 10. You know, if you want to change it, you can always drag a different thingy on here and change it too. So, you know, in case you want it to be like, you know, just polka dot thingy. Now suddenly there's polka dots in that area. Just depends on how you do it. I don't like the polka dots, obviously. It looks weird, but... Okay, so now armed with this here, you can then take every one of the, you know, meshes involved, actually every one of the things involved with this, so select every one of them. That's cool. And then you can scroll down here to, it's under brush settings here, you can create a static mesh. I'm just gonna make a, I'm just gonna click OK on it. I'm not gonna keep it, so I don't care. And now you have this static mesh that's basically this. It's just the whole thing. It's the new mesh that you just have. How happy are you now that you have this mesh that you can do anything you want with? Right here, you just drag it out there. It loses all its collision when you do that, so you'll have to, you know, go through and add some collision. I'm just gonna cheat real fast and do complex collision because I'm obviously not gonna do it. Things that I can just place places and they're just good to go. I just have a static mesh. So I can go, okay, well now there's 2 of these. Cool. Now we know there's that one now. And It's also floating in there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. My world is not ruined by that. And so now you just have a little dungeon going on. Yeah, see? Isn't that fun? A bit laggy, but that's just because my computer's being, you know, unhappy that I've been streaming this long. Yeah. And that's how I've been making all these walls, right? Because I'll make a wall, and I'll put a negative one there that's the size of a door. Yeah, good thing. Glad I can help. Gotta share the knowledge. I'll just delete that because I don't need it. Yeah, when I started the night, I had 90 of the things on the thing. You can just type in brush and see all the ones I have. I'm down to 41, so I've gotten rid of 49 of these things. They're really not performant. So you really don't want to leave a lot of them, because the more of them you have, the harder it is to manipulate them. It takes longer to register it because it has to check every other one there. And priority is given to the last one you've created. So if you create a negative brush and then create a positive brush, the negative brush won't interact with it because it's not the last one. I make some of them. I made Poppet, I made Tinka, I made the voodoo bomb that pops out here. I've made, there's a character called Snuggle Waffle who's, I can actually bring up a thing. I actually have a game dev doc. Or I could actually just pull up pictures of the things too. Yeah, I think I have some random. I have the models. I need to put them in the game for some of these things. I just haven't gotten to it because it's not important. Like this is my Red Queen. So I'll put her in the game in a bit. Hit the chat again. Believe me. Let's see. Who else do I have? I'll put them in there eventually. This is Snuggle Waffle. One of the little teddy bear thingies you can fight. Which ones are actually in the game? There's another teddy bear guy. That one. This character's actually in the game, but I just don't know. This is the ghost girl. Yeah. I made everyone's favorite waifu. I'll go over the painting world. I haven't been working on the painting world, so you don't really see it very often, but okay, that's weird. Whatever, I don't care. Well, that's actually problematic indeed. Sure, whatever. Made Tinka here, who's everyone's favorite waifu. I tend to make more of the female characters than I make of the other people. She's the ghost that haunts all the paintings. And Papadu doesn't look great. Yep, she's smashable. Probably needs some work. Her hair is messed up. I need to fix it. Yes. Tinka's hot. Best. Waifu. Boing, boing, boing. She's floating in space. Also get a picture with her. Important. There you go, get a picture with her. What else have I made? I made other characters who aren't going to be in this game. I just ended up liking them, or I made them pictures of them, or I made models of them, but they're not actually. They're more for just the world in general. I don't know if Sally's going to be a character or not. Maybe. I think I changed this character, didn't I? I did. I have this weird creepy doll that I made. He's a thing. Also going to be in the game. I changed her hair to red. Her hair to red recently, because her other hair wasn't working out very well. I didn't like it. I'd loaded the models, but they're in Daz, and Daz has a real problem with crashing streams, so I don't tend to do it. You know, because I don't want to crash a stream. Just saying, it doesn't really work out in my favor. I made Bugaboo, who's like a creepy doll thing. Go fight later. One of the other weird, creepy ghost doll thingies you might be fighting later, like if I put it in there, it would be one of these things. I don't know. Other picture of her. I have that. What else is actually going to make it in the game versus not? And of course the voodoo doll boss that's running around. That's her. Oh, nice render of her. There's so many characters that were made for another game that is not actually going to be, they're not getting used in this game, but they exist in the same world. I think those are the main ones at the moment that are actually going to be in the game. Like, I have human versions of the characters. If this is a human version of Poppet. Was she dead? She likes dolls. I gave her a dopey grin because I thought it was funny. Don't hate or do, it's fine. But that might be into the game. Like, it might be in like in a cutscene. I was working on a pirate doll. I don't like her yet. I'm gonna say it. I don't like her yet. I'll get around to it. Okay, well, apparently you like that one. There goes. Perfect. I would call her Sally the Blackheart because she knows she has a black heart. Very convenient. Black heart thing. I think those are most of the characters I made that are going to be in the game. I made other characters for the world, but not for this game. Yeah. I made some amount of characters. Other ones I just bought. I just bought them. I still gotta make some more of the female characters, I guess. I was mostly gonna make the 5, victims that were kidnapped and killed, put the dolls. Poppet, Dinka, a lot of the women, basically. And then some other random characters just because they were interesting. But You know, there's only one of me, so. I'm gonna fix an error I didn't think about. Yep, now you know. Originally I had let's see. Originally I had another character I was making for a different game. She's not in this game, but I made her. She's got a okay look to her. But she's not a very good doll. Tested. She's a terrible doll. I actually had a different outfit for her too. It was like the original outfit I had for her, but I was gonna change it because it didn't work. This long dress worked very poorly in Unreal. Happens. Happens indeed. Let's see. Do I have those pictures over? Did I ever render her? I guess not. Okay, well, thanks for hanging out and for appreciating characters. Gotta smash those, apparently. I do like making female characters. They're more fun to make than guys, for obvious reasons. I may end up calling the stream somewhat relatively soon. We'll see. But yeah, have a great night. Probably work on my launcher for a bit, and then after that, I may bounce. Yesterday I slept like 6 hours. Because people were watching, I was all excited. I'm like, I'll stay on. Yeah, well, you know. I want to stay on. If it was my job to stream, I would probably stream like 12 hours a day. I just stream all the time. I'd probably end up breaking the stream to 2 hour ordering food somewhere in there, though. I definitely can go 8 or 9 hours without eating, but after a while, it's just like... go longer technically without eating, but still. Oh yeah, I was working on Tilly here. Character I was making an Unreal Engine. I'll put hair on her too, but I just wanted a character that fought with spinning blades and stuff like that. Their gears. We'll have to see. I really want to test how she pans out because she's going to be based on having a bunch of be bending a lot of pipes and everything like that inside of the regular world, and then pulling it all into a blueprint and seeing if it actually works. Holds together. I should have made Tinka the main character. People would have loved running around as her. As the hottest of the characters. She would be a good choice. Oh, you know what I should do? Plug my phone into the fast charger, because eventually it will run out of power. That's actually doing pretty good tonight. Okay, that's good. Last night when I stopped it, it actually was almost completely out of power, so I was going to lose my camera pretty quickly anyway. It's done pretty well tonight. Watching 72 views on it. Not the 110 of yesterday, though. It was so cool to discover this whole double streaming thing. You know, using like Restream.io, so I could just literally have people to chat with like most of the time. Oh my. Alright, let's look at this launch. This launcher sucks. It's ugly. Thanks, I hate it. So first of all, let's replace this mesh with a pipe that's actually um squished funny, apparently. For some reason I thought it was gonna rotate different. I don't know why I thought that. It bugs me that it's not a perfect number. Also, this thing is huge. It's fair. Expected. Could have been expected, though. Mistakes were. Alright, so I'm thinking this type of thing here. I'm probably gonna want something underneath it, but this might actually just be an end pipe thingy. Okay, obviously horrible. You know, I'm gonna add like a sphere collision for this one here. Dead. I would say a capsule might almost work better, right? Yeah, it probably does. I'll put a timer on it so it doesn't actually always go. That's a little better. I probably end up calling it after this. So I can have a night of actually getting sleep for once. That'll be a bad decision, let's put it that way. Slightly into the ground. Yeah. I'll get to sleep by like 6 or something. Normal time. That's a lot better. So that needs to be worked out a little better. I can have some sort of thing like that. It looks better. If I'm going to shrink down the particle effect, it's still too big. Actually, maybe 0.8 is just better. I'm going to test it out. You know, in the world, it can often look bigger than it is. I'll take a mushroom that springs too. Wing. Go off to the side a bit. I kind of like it blowing out. 0 out of 10. I do not like. What I'm also probably going to want to add is a I guess I could just add a sphere or something and make it flat. Oh. I don't really want them falling in or anything weird like that. What I'm gonna do with this is just make it black. I like to paint it black. But you know, ain't nobody want to see the darkness. I could actually do glass or something. Oh, glass would make it black. Like a black plastic. That's terrible. What do we got? This black's pretty black. Perfect. That's perfect. Why didn't I add a cylinder? Spheres suck. Cylinder is good. In cylinder we trust. Because it shouldn't just be flattened and perfect and look like it's just the abyss. And I can just slightly enlarge it. I'm gonna shrink it down, guys. Yeah. This yeah. Or nah. Undo. And kill. 0.05. Now I can just put this as like a little cap on things, so I can have something else there, I think, which would be much neater to me. Like it's just basically like the top of something. I could even put a little gauge on it or something too. Really wanted to put a gauge on there. I don't think I do. I could put other pipes on there. Kind of simple as it is, because I just want to put it on other things. I don't really want it by itself, you know? Like if this had a bunch of pipes this was coming out of, like I just take this and put it on the end of a pipe. Might also adjust it a bit too. I don't have a pipe. Okay. I'll have to make some pipes coming out of things, don't. Maybe from down below I'll have some pipes. I don't know, I don't have a design plan for that yet. Definitely over in the Gearworks area, probably. Might do something with it, I haven't decided. Ugh. Okay. Sure, it can be in the ground, why not? What I could do is, I do it differently. Do this. That's what you expect. Thinking about it, oh wait. Probably do it like this, honestly. Oh, I have to give that variable an amount. Do a bigger number as a default. I may have the math wrong on this one, or we might. I want to have it where it launches in the direction that the thing is facing. Wee! Unexpected. Too much though. The jump launches way up there. I need to do a much smaller number for the multiplication because I want to trigger the other. Just saying. I think once I get this working, I'll probably log off for the... I just want to see if it works. Oh shit, it should work. Eerie. Yep, it does work. Boing, and then boing. Too much. That multiplier is nuts. It works, it just doesn't work as well as I want. Cool, but how cool is talking here? Yeah, see, I shot backwards like that. So go wing, wing, goes you over there. It's variable, so I don't know why I'm not just doing this. Trying to guess where you'll fly to. Hard to say because you're just applying force at the character, so counter forces can really mess with things. Okay, that makes it more fun. Boing, boing, oof. Boing, boing, boing. Oof. Anyway, on that note, since it works mostly, I'll end up calling it for the night and let's be back tomorrow around the same time. Just streaming until I run out of steam, I guess. Starting about 10:30 Pacific until at least 2:30, but I'll start 10:30 p.m. to like 2:30 a.m. But probably later, because as long as there's people around. But thanks for dropping by, thanks for watching, thanks for all the follows and the subs, and yep, I will catch everyone later.